Hello and welcome to today's video. We're gonna take a look at the weekend tournament that happened yesterday and see what strategies have been played and if there's anything interesting about the players or the outcome of the matches as per usual. So there was a small patch but not a big one. So I don't expect too much difference from the mini midweek tournament which was right the day after. But oftentimes it depends on the players that join the tournament and they make the biggest difference in terms of games and strategies. Alright, let's start with the Asian region. And then we have the first guy playing here. You have to go 7 wins in a row to win this thing. So the first guy will always have the 7 wins, and then we check out if there's interesting players to watch after. Alright, so we have a fire badger specialist which got recently changed. So I'm interested if that changes the fact whether or not it is picked. You cannot deploy the fire badge in the flanks anymore, you have to go on the board, and he still does pick it. Alright. So we might see a strategy that involves the fire badger just as a arclight replacement early, because it deals very well with crawlers. And especially the combination of Stormcallers and Fire Badgers seems interesting because these clear fangs very well, but struggle a little bit with the crawlers, and then the Fire Badger can take care of that. So this is a good start to the cast. Opponent is a marksman spec. It should be pretty decent against the badgers because the badgers are pretty fast. They will go ahead of the fangs, and a marksman level 3 can deal enough damage to kill them, no problem. And here we the one pesky hero crawler trying to get rid of the stormcallers. However, it was not meant to be, so round 1 goes to fire badgers. Deploying more badgers and also a wasp pack, as does the opponent. And now the playing field is equaled by the level 3 marksman, so see how it works. He already got one of the fire badgers down. But at the end of the day, the fire badger is a mid-tier chuff unit, pretty much. So it's not the worst thing if they go down. Let's see if the stormcallers can get rid of the marksman. They can. And there you go. Close round to the marksman. Double spell round. Orbital versus Incendiary. Should be a pretty good hit, although it's a little bit off center, but the first hit wrecked the Stormcallers and the marksman. No shields. Now the fire did kill a lot of units, but it missed some crawlers that ate the marksman right after. But I think this round was going to the marksman faction just based on the orbiter. I think the orbiter hit some really good hits, and it's random, that's the issue. Alright, so now we have a transition from Fire Badger straight to Vulcan, which is why I like the Fire Badger start on 1 sometimes, because you can transition pretty easily and see what kind of crawler packs he has. If he doesn't build any, you can just stay at Badger, and if something like this happens where you need a bigger front line, more chaff clear, then you can go for the Vulcan. He does run the War Crimes setup, but he does not run Marksman, interesting. So not the standard I would say. Another spell picked up, but this time advanced shield device on the other side, so making value of that instantaneously. Still might lose a few units. There's a crawler and the arclight got killed. And then damaging the shield is a pretty big deal again, because the Vulcan is pretty horrible at clearing shields, so it's all about the Stormcallers. Did level the Stormcallers though, so they have no trouble dealing with the shield. So we have Hounds. Big pack of 4 Hounds level 3. I think it's a pretty decent one. I like the level 1 Hound pack a little bit better, but it's a lot of deploys. And we have that one versus Phantom Raids, although it seems to be just a financial thing. So dogs do not really like running into Vulcans. Now these Vulcans don't have Scorch yet, so they deal with that quite well. And he did pick up 2 missile interceptors in the back and the rocket, so the Stormcallers will have no value this round. Enhancement module, so big surge of cash coming in the next few rounds. It's turn 7 though, so a little bit late. Now we have quick reload on the marksman. That's a little bit odd. What is he trying to quick kill? The wasp? A bit of an odd choice. So scorpion on this side, but no scorpion range. These scorpions are ranged and so are the marksmen. It's gonna be a little bit scary. However, the quick shot marksman will get one more kill off, and it's still pretty close, I would say. Alright, so we got Farseers in the back versus Forts in the front. So he's making a full transition. Orbital bombardment time. Enhancement module still getting some value here, because we got the Vulcans down, and then just an additional recruit. Alright, the Farseer have the big upside, they can kill the Wasp pretty easily, they have huge range. The downside is they get intercepted by these little missile turrets as well. Now that can be a downside, but on the other hand, if you have enough missile units that you overload the anti-missile, it will actually help the Stormcallers get more shots in, and that is quite worth it. And since he got so freaking many Farseers in the drop, it's always 3, he can just buy 2 more, overload the missile interceptor, which weren't much of in this game anyway, and then the Storms perform pretty well into this kind of board. If you're wondering where the damage went, sometimes if you hit shields it doesn't count, but it was still worthwhile, and the rest was carried by the Vulcan wave clear. They are dealing a lot of damage here. And some of the marksmen obviously got to target forts and scorpions. I'm not sure about this board. This looks really mixed, let's say. There's very little consistency here. Really not quite sure where all the chuff went, because there's no fangs in the front or anything like that. It's just one single group of fangs that will get killed by the Vulcan within 2 seconds. It was back and forth, but I think that was mainly due to the impact of the spells. The spells carried the game pretty hard. And in the end, the oil made a big difference in the middle there. Okay, Sabertooth spec also got changed. So this is 3 Saber Teeth and 3 Arclights on turn 1. But he also has a Rhino spec that he could choose. Opponent can go for the Farseer if he likes the Sledge Pack. And 201s sometimes go for the Giant spec as well. Interesting. So he goes for the Giga Saber pack as I predicted. However, the opponent picked a fortified Hound Mustang. Now I don't want to knock it until I see it played, but I think that's one of the worst packs in the entire game. So he goes for 0 Chaff and 100% Arclight to get rid of these mass amount of mid-sized units that Arclights love to kill. However, there's 2 marksmen on the field that get rid of the Saber Teeth quite easily because there's no chaff. But will they be able to kill the second Saber? They will. As they got the tower debuff. Okay. So we get extended range Arclight in the drops. Both take it, but I think I favor the guy that has 5 of them round 1. And then there's just a mass deploy of crawlers, so we actually get some chaff in front of the poor Arclights and the Saber Teeth. And the reason why this is so close is just because 3 units are on the other side, and if you have a Mustang start, it's most likely advisable to stick to one side for now, and then later you can transition if you want to. Alright, so there's an Assassin Phantom Ray. Arclight's going straight into charge shot. Interesting. Not quite sure why that is. Because there's not that many units on the board here to need charge shot for. Right, so the front line breaks this time, but there is some Wasp that got picked up. And the Phantom Rays died in the advance of killing the tower. So here we will sell out of these, I assume. Improved Melting Point being picked up here by Mr. Fortified. That's a very powerful card, but it's very, very expensive to build that melter. But it is one of the only ways to increase range by more than 10 in the game. I don't think there's any other card that gives 20 range just like that. So now we have the combo of Arclight and Mustang together, so they can chaff clear and kill mid-sized units pretty fast. And on the other side we have the Mustangs as well. And a high value missile chipping away at 2 units and killing 1. Although not the biggest impact, I would say. So now the Mustangs can hopefully deal with the Wasp. And he did take range, just so the Mustangs don't drive in front and get massacred by Arclights. These marksmen are doing some serious work though. They kill very few units every round. They do kill the important targets. Good round for the Mustangs. The Wasp had the level advantage by carrying that round, and now they don't. So this is where the Mustangs is Time to shine. Alright, there will be a lot of sledges on board for both. He does run armor and he does not. Alright, so we can see some armor sledges play on this side to lock out the Mustangs. And on the other hand, we have pretty much nothing. Arclights now sitting at a really high range. They actually outrange the marksman for now. There's the 175 meter range melting point. Very expensive unit. And the one thing you have to remember is, does he actually need the kind of range? This will allow the melting point to stay far behind, but will also not enable him to actually tank for any units, so the marksman will die before him, which is not always a good thing. It helps tremendously if there is a huge gap here and there's very little units in a fort mirror or something like that, but outside of that it's a very expensive melter, which isn't that interesting into the sport anyway. Okay, selling out of the Wasp now, because there's too many Mustangs. Oh no. So he's doing what I was thinking about. If you pick improved melting point, you can decrease your range 30 again, and now you have a multi-melter with just 10 range less than a normal melting point, but you do have multi-targeting. That's the idea here. Still a little bit more range than the marksman, because I have no upgrades. Although I'm not sure if you want to face tank the Sabertooth. Yeah. That melter will take a lot of damage, but it does survive until the Arclights kill it off. Thing about multi-melter is to you will still shoot at a lot of things here that you don't want to shoot. And he put this on the field in the same turn where a sledge drop came in. So the Arclights are pretty much uncontested, and if he ever clicks EMP, you're immediately back to square one. Alright, big lightning storm. My opinion, not picking lightning storm here means you auto lose the game, because your HP total is too low to mingle with this kind of board. Hence why there's so many shields here, because he's fully expecting lightning storm. Elite marksman. So Arclight's getting pretty scary. And the only thing that this board does not clear very well is the small chaff. Everything mid-sized or higher will get demolished by the Arclight. And that is the game. Right, so I would say pretty standard Mustang Arclight gameplay here, nothing too special. Not as spicy as the first game, but still a very solid game from him. I'm very interested if he keeps on picking the Fire Badger. It's offered. There is no Badger, unfortunately. Could go for the Sabertooth as well. Just like last round. Although there's a good Rhino spec here, yeah. So Rhino spec versus cost control. He's got the squishiest spiders there is. And some marksmen. Now in terms of marksmen shooting the sledges, there is no breaking point here for cost control or anything like that. In terms of shooting the arclight, there is a 2000 something versus 4400 something, so they will not be able to two-shot the arclights unless there is some crawlers gnawing on their legs. A very packed formation here. Tarantulas enjoy this kind of board. They will kill arclights, they will kill sledges, no problem. There is no DPS here because the sledges don't deal enough damage. And arclights supposedly do damage, but not in the first round against a unit like the spider. So that's turn 1 to Gurnki. But this is an interesting one. So we got Stormcallers to enter the spiders, which I think is a good play. There is gonna be some wasp in this guy, but he does have 2 squads of fangs and he buys another one just to answer that. Huge commitment on the tower here. This is a lot of money invested into just holding that. I'm not sure if I like that, to be honest. Because you know, you're fighting with worse studded units and you have a ginormous investment in this tower. It's 250 cash, so it's almost the same as the flanket that you're trying to distract, which is not very efficient. Alright, let's see if the fangs can do it. Because the Stormcallers make short work of the spider, since everything is channeled forward into them. There is some fangs hiding behind the Stormcallers, so I think they will make it. Yeah, and round 2 is a sizable chunk, but not the end of the world. There is bombardments. No bombardments take... Oh. So efficient tech versus laser sight. I think I would have gone for the orbiter here. Maybe he knows something that I don't, but he does want to get the laser sights Mustangs online as quick as possible, apparently. Also goes for a fang on the side, just in case there is some wasp being deployed on his tower. Now this will take some time to clear, but the level 2 Stormcallers hopefully will connect to the spider. They will. A little bit of mispositioning, there's some chuff missing here that protects the spider. But yeah, cost control spiders getting hit by Stormcallers level 2 means they die very, very quickly. And thanks to the upgrade, the Mustangs can stay out of range even with no range clicked. Very, very cost effective. Okay, so this is where this is getting scary, because there's a rhino coming now. There's no answer for the rhino on the board yet, other than killing it with wasp. So he goes for steel bolts with armor as well. So trying to counter the Mustangs and the rhino at the same time. This fire though is not getting countered at all. He uses the fire himself but doesn't respect it. I'm not sure how he expects to win this. Okay, so the rhino is uncontested because it's just going for the tower. And level 2 rhino can take down the tower in time. And then everything else here dies to the fire, and since he distracted the Mustangs don't even go into the flames. Because he flanked himself. Yeah, that's a pretty disaster round. And that is nothing you can come back from, I think. So there's another chance here. There's new unit drops. Phoenix is being picked up by both. Rhino is going bye-bye, but it forced another deploy here. There's also steel bolts here. This is a change that I like, by the way. Steel bolts don't cost any unlock cost anymore, so you can deploy them freely, which is why we are seeing so many steel bolts on this board right now. If it still had the unlock cost, I don't think we would. And he goes for ranged Phoenix as well. Very good rocket. So now the steel bolts can tank for the Mustangs. Actually, they can kill the Spider because it's cross control. Feels Batman, and that is game, I think. There is so much air into a lot of Mustangs and Phoenix. And then the Spider are very, very sad because they're sitting in oil. And even with range, you can't do anything about that. Alright, very clean game with the Rhino. But to be fair, he was playing for 4 rounds without any spec. And just by the normal gameplay, the spec didn't have to do anything for him. So when the Rhino came in, it was a huge surge of tempo. But he might even be able to close that out without it. Okay, we have a training spec. We have a speed spec if he likes the kind of spec. I think the other two are not as interesting. On the other hand, we have a quick supply with huge wave clear, huge damage. He does go for the air spec. Interesting. So he's a saber-tooth enjoyer for sure. Now, since he is air spec, he has some options later. On the other hand, the quick supply can also go for a Phoenix round 1 if he wants to. And in this kind of board, that's actually decent. But he chooses to just keep his 200 cash and see what the next round does for him. The Tarantula is getting chunked. Almost got the shot out on the second Tarantula as well. No, it's not Tango. Where? Oh, let me check that real quick. I'm sorry about that. I did try to change the title. Okay, this seems to be an issue with Restream. Hang on a second. That's something that Restream did without telling me, I guess. Because they entered a text in there. Thank you very much for the notice. I usually always check the screen, but this time I did not because there was never an issue. Yeah, it's all good. I changed the title, so apparently they put a little bit advertisement in there that I have to change straight away. So thank you very much for the notice. Alright, there is crawler spawns for both sides. And we got the mentioned Phoenix out of the quick supply. Not much area spec going on this side. So I can't really tell why he picked the area spec for now, but maybe he has a plan for later. So it's an easy round. Okay, so nuke at home for the Thonix. And we get Mustangs on the board. I think pretty decent here because there's a lot of fangs. You can also go for Interceptor if you want to. And other than that, it's just triple Storm Pack versus double Storm Pack. And the Phoenix did level, but they don't have any text or something like that. They're just the usual suspects of one squad of Phoenix, being very annoying because they don't require any tech, but they kill off the Saber super quickly. And they still require anti-air to get answered. But this is looking much more solid. Stormcallers are pelting the spiders. And there's still a few Mustangs and Fangs left to take care of the level 2 Stormcaller on the opposite side. But looks like a small victory to Thonix. Alright, not really that interesting of an item, but he does pick up the Mustang. So that means there is some sort of giant coming. Maybe boats, since we are area spec. I like the distraction collar because it saves you from getting advanced missiled into your face, and it deals with the storm collar. I like this beacon always if there's more than one use behind it. If it's just for the storm collars, I don't think it's worth it most of the time. Okay, so the Phoenix are again connecting to the Sabertooth, but the Spider got wrecked in time. And the Stormcallers are still dealing a number on the Spiders. Looks like another pretty close round, but in this case the opposite side around, Spider will kill some of those Mustangs, but not all of them. So we have a little bit of a win. But so far it's very, very even, I would say. Not really that much damage on anyone. The next crawler, still sitting on that Mustang production, by the way. There's the boat. Now, if I see my opponent having this and being area spec, I think I expect the boat. It is a mixture of aggro and normal boatage, because he has the jump drive, he has the other cannon, but he also runs range and high explosive, so no launcher overload. But some defying text. Oh, very good read here on the oil. I don't think that was the correct turn to oil though, because there was things in the drop that he could have chosen that requires shields. So I think it's a little bit doubled down here. Right, so the boat is gonna hunt some tarantulas. And this is also the same turn where he goes into scorpions. Now he's pretty sad about that. I think this is a misplay. I don't think scorpions is ever the answer here into this kind of board. But the boat is gonna get shreked by a marksman though. That's another close round. Going to Thonix. Steel Ball versus Fortress now. Interesting. If you look at this board, what kind of unit would require a Scorpion? That's what I am asking. There were just 2 saber teeth, and that's all I can see. I mean, now there is Fortress, but the turn earlier, not sure about that. So Fortress has 12k damage, or 13k damage now. versus 18k on the steel balls. So the steel balls with armor will still require 2 shots. And there is not much on the board that can damage them other than the forts. They might catch a few stray rockets from the Stormcaller, but the Mustangs cannot get through that armor. So steel balls are very good at tanking here, but not very good at doing anything else. Looks like a very solid round with the Mustang Ford combo, the classic, you could say. I mean, the boat is doing alright, but it's not doing all that much, to be honest. So for now, I will call him a fake area spec. There's another production item. This time a very juicy one, because the steel balls are a little bit more tanky. Also a very decent unit into steel balls, because the steel balls will get stuck on that for a little while, and then they get pelted by rockets. Elite marksman on the fortress, interesting. So now he's outranging both the Scorpion and the marksman. Not even sure if this is necessary, if he's just flexing. Very weird. Alright, so Smoke was completely shielded. He's really on point with the shields here, I gotta say. Way better shielding than I do. You can see that this fort here is just popping units left and right, thanks to the enhanced range plus elite marksman combo. That's a win. So he trusted in the forts. I'm thinking about doing this as well. I think I would put on launcher overload. Now removing shields altogether I'm not too sure about, but the rest I think I can agree with. I think launcher and range do very well together. And it's very expensive to get into forts. I think the payoff is better in terms of damage output right away. Alright, let me check my other title real quick, just in case there is... the other one worked. Interesting. So it seems to be a Twitch thing. Okay. So round 5 we go. And then we have finally an opponent that I actually know, which is Till. Plays a lot in the tournaments at the moment. Alright, so we have a Typhoon spec if he wants to go for the Saber again. A OK missile spec. Then on the other side we have Marksman spec, Sabertooth. Marksman, okay. Marksman, Steel Ball, Arclight, very diverse, let's say. Alright, so he goes Amplify spec. This is interesting for me. Now Mustangs usually not that great early. The Amplify spec makes this a little bit different because you get 20% more stats straight away. However, one big downside is if there's a improved firepower control system or a laser sight in the next drop, you already have Mustangs, but you can't get the item on them. So there's a little bit of a drawback, but generally speaking, I think Amplify with the cores on the Mustangs is actually pretty nice. People played this against me. It performed okay, I would say. Helps the Mustangs out in the Archive matchup, because they have 411 life and there is only 350 damage on the Arclight. So they need 2 shots to get killed. So with another Mustang, so all know the items have their carrier, and then we have sub-marksman for both sides. Although I say this, there is no additional marksman here, just the Mars Arclight. So he's not getting really the value that he wanted to. So in terms of setup, I like this more for the Mustang player. Alright, it's Fortress time yet again. Range on the Mustangs. And there's a big Saber Boy on the other hand. So this Saber Boy wants to fight the Fortress if it can. And he guesses right, alright. Let's see if the fort can make it. For now it's looking good. Because there is some Mustang chuff in the front. And then the fort can tank for the marksman that got deployed. Oh, nice. Enhanced module round 4. That's a huge value right there. He goes for a elite deployment on the marksman, and then we have subsidized steel ball on the other side. Not really quite sure why. This is looking really strong here for the Mustang player, just because he has way more chuff in the front and he has the tankier front line. So no value out of the enhancement module this turn. But it's still a 20% increase in both defense and attack. So we have range on the marksman on the other side. And this time they actually make it. And now we have a little bit of a comeback. He was losing a bunch of tempo by deploying those arc lights. Kunmo going for all the techs. Let's see if he actually makes use of that. Also goes for elite recruited marksman, this time with shooting squad, so he will have a lot of fangs. Although there is gonna be a bunch of Mustangs on the board. And those are pretty high level fangs, so they feed a bunch of XP to the Mustangs now. So basically just a copy pasta of the builds, except the Mustangs were the Arclights and forts. Yeah. Vulcans here. I'm not quite sure about that play. The Vulcans will die to this as well. I don't think that's doable for him. He just got the value neutral on tech, by the way. He did not make any money, he just tanked tempo for nothing for now. Then we have the big doggos from the big doggo drop. Yeah, and then the Vulcan gets stuck on the fortress, just like the Arclights did all these rounds before, by the way. And the humongous marksman line prevails. Okay, so they basically had the same battle plan. Just the Amplify Mustangs did really, really well here. I like this. Sure, there is 2 Arclights here that also did a lot of damage, but they don't have any upgrades. They didn't need to be upgraded. They were just dealing fine with some crawlers here, and then the Amplify spec Mustang is nice because it can kill crawlers a little bit faster, and usually Mustangs wouldn't like to shoot at crawlers. They're not really the unit to kill them, at least if it's equal levels. But the Mustangs will outlevel the crawlers, and the amplifying helps out with that one. I will have to try this myself, because sometimes you have horrible packs and you have to play amplifying, and if I see that in combination with Mustangs, I will give it a try next time I see this pack, because I think it was convincing enough to be played, and even into full Arclight. Alright, so that's another quick supply, but I think Fire Badger, yeah, Fire Badger is the pick. This guy does like Fire Badger a lot. And Till goes for the standard Rhino / Rhino Arclight combo pack. High value, high survivability, a lot of mid-range chaff, but no real chaff, so he has to deploy some. Then the Fire Badger is gonna be the interesting part. For now it's just gonna sit in the middle. Barely gets rid of the crawlers, but does tank a lot of damage because it's a 5k HP unit. So it's a little bit like a sledgehammer, just better statted. Has fewer range obviously, but its combat stats are stronger. We got double fangs, interesting. So fangs for both. Level 2 fangs as well. Now, some of the badges here get a little bit pulled to the right. So the crawlers coming in late here did actually survive. But I think it's going fine. He's playing into crawlers without Arclights, so I think the Fire Badger are doing very decently in this board. Alright, so Barrier versus Absorption Module, both very strong items. So we can expect a Giant here next few turns. Alright, can the Badger survive? It cannot. Very close though. Very close play so far. But it's gonna be another chunk of damage for this round. Alright, that's the improved melter. There we go. He does go for the melter. I'm guessing the melter will come out next turn because it's very, very expensive to build a improved melter. In case you're picking a improved card, always means that you don't have the opportunity to pick up the unit in a unit drop. It will not drop if you have that card. So now comes the big boy. This is the main reason why he picked the melter, I believe, because he knows there's a Rhino coming. And in this case it's even an itemed Rhino trying to sneak into the tower. Now this is something Fire Badgers do not like, because they will start shooting the Rhino instead of the Crawler. However, the Crawlers were straight behind the Rhino due to the beacon, and they all got grilled by the Fire Badger anyway. And he does manage to take it out with the combined firepower of Marksman, Storm and Fang, which means they all got distracted and now he's in a little bit of a trouble because the Stormcallers will keep shooting the marksman before shooting the storm. But it's still pretty even, I would say. In terms of a Rhino drop round without a true answer to the Rhino, I think this went very well. Right, so Storms win the round. Who would have guessed? Another absorption module. Right, so now we have differences. We have 2 healing items, like 3 triple items, 2 of them not being used. This smells like a worm, and there is the worm. Now, worm with replicate, very good into melter. Because you can spam little worms that take the fire. You can click multi-melter, but it only helps if you have suck and multi-melter. And he does not have that on his improved melting point. So he got a little bit of bamboozled here because he wanted to make use of the item and whatnot. And since the Rhino got sold this turn, the Veneta is on the complete opposite side. It will still have some value by having the barrier, for sure. But this worm thing is looking pretty scary because if you are into marksman and stormcallers, you're very, very vulnerable to getting wormed, and this item makes the worm nigh unkillable. We saw an answer to this worm, which was a elite recruited level 2 worm. That one dealt with the other worm pretty decently, which we learned in the mid-tourney this week. So now the worms are not going for the tower, they're coming straight for the gun line. And the melter gets to shine. Alright. So in the end it worked out. But this is unupgraded worms. This is gonna get worse really, really quick. So don't be fooled, this melter is looking hard right now, but it's not gonna do that forever. Okay, there's double enhancement. They have plenty of targets for enhancement modules, so they will keep on selling units. As long as they have deploys, this is a good tactic. I like upgrading the level 2 badges, they clear chaff much faster and they can still tank more storm, arclight, sledge shots. I think this is an underrated thing to do. I think level 2 fire badges are infinitely more better than level 1. Oh, sneaky missile. Doesn't hit anything interesting. Okay. So now if another fire badger on the flank here can answer the flank crawlers. So the setup is looking great in terms of shaft clear and everything, but these worms now do have the lava. And look at that, improved melting point is getting absolutely hosed. Keeps killing these little buggers. They keep respawning, and as long as the worms keep moving, this works. This is why a worm blob sometimes does better than a spread unit. Because they can chaff clear all together much faster than one worm alone. And then as soon as they are underground they are safe, because they can spawn more of these lava. And they can regenerate. So these are some huge worms. That's an easy peasy win for Till this turn. Pretty big one too. Right, Overload I think is a sensible thing to do. This worm does not have any anti-air capabilities. There was Farseers in the drop though, so there might be some anti-air coming here. I think it's still a fine play because this thing has enough damage. But we are still at the problem with the melter. He's buying more of them, but for now the targeting looks very, very ugly. Multi-melter means he can deal with the lava, but he still has to have some units that can tank for the melter and keep the worms at the surface. If the worm drops down, you will lose. It stays up, you're fine. Nasty oil here. Kills 5 pack of units. Also a reason why you need to upgrade the badgers, by the way. So they can sit in fire. Over here we have the same deal as last time. Melter dying immediately due to wormage. This smelter barely does it, but it is dead. And then you can see the worm family turning up here. And the Farseer is a very underrated unit. It does deal enough damage in the case of a level 1 boat. Does not deal with these in the second boat though. So when everything is said and done, we have the worms getting wrecked by the Overlord, and then the artillery is gonna die as well. Okay. So now we have 700 and below. So this is the time for the big play. So he's using the enhancement module on the boats, and he's gonna make the play that I was calling earlier with the techs. He does have the opportunity to make side pushes like the normal boat aggro players. And since it was a nuke turn, he's now maneuvering around the nuke on the flank, trying to get the left side overwhelmed because he feels like he can't deal with the worms, which I agree with. The multi-melter, although improved, tactics do not look solid enough. So now he's going for the big airplay. Only downside is if he still loses this side, that's 1.2k damage. It's not enough to kill him off yet. But for now, pushing in very good boats with fire badgers I love, because fire badgers clear the ground very, very fast. Chin gun does deal with medium-sized unit, and then the main attack of the boat melts everything that is tougher than a tower or a giant. So the worms got beaconed down here, so they can't intercept this blob either. So you can mop up the entire board and then deal with the worms, which is perfect if you have this kind of setup. These units can deal enough damage, but they have to have something in front. Now you get to focus down the lava, and then they get absolutely chunked. Still, these are big worms, so they will kill a bunch of units before they die. It's not like they are going out without a fight. But it is another round of good damage. So they are very equal now. Alright, we got typhoons added to our little boat push right here. Phoenixes for Till. And then some interceptors over here to get rid of the EMP storms, and also to get rid of the Farseer damage as well. Other than that, it's more boat levels, more typhoonage. I don't see any flanking opportunities on either side, so they're just having a replay of the same round, just with Mars missiles on Till's side. Phoenixes got range, but there's a lot of units here and in the flank, and the boats cannot be denied. Thanks to jump drive, they are moving very fast as well, even when missiled, which they were. So it's 18 base speed now, thanks to the upgrade on the tower and the jump drive. And I think it's a rinse and repeat of last round. And the worm blob gets outmaneuvered, basically. Not outmuscled necessarily, but outmaneuvered. Was on the big deficit there because of the nuke. Nuke cost a lot of money. And now the melter can actually show its worth. A little bit longer. But as you can see, improved melter, not that interesting. It sounds good on paper, but as we saw in this case, you can tank these worms, but you have to have absorption. Without absorption, you cannot beat the worms. If you get one shot, you can't even do that, but most likely you're not gonna get one shot, and as long as you can tank and ramp up, you will win. Alright, so the last game is the most interesting one, because it's the second guy on this entire lineup. So it should be pretty interesting. And it's also a known player as well, which is always good. And there is his fire badger spec. I can't even see the other specs. It's so fast how he picks it. He loves his fire badger, for sure. Versus quick supply, my man. Let's hope he does something spicy with this quick supply and doesn't just deploy chaff. But I'm afraid, yeah, it's arc lights. If the opponent is starting with crawlers, you have to start with arc lights. It's pretty annoying, but it's just the way it is. Now what I like about this setup is you have a fire badger here as chaff clear, and you can buy more crawlers and get away with that without your balls getting stuck on chaff. So ball fire badger I really like. Fire badger hate killing high HP units, and balls love it, and vice versa with light units. Okay, Rhino coming in from the front. And we have a flanking level 2 flank unit, interesting. And another fire badger fang flank. And a side fang as tower defense. So there is gonna be phoenixes on the board because of the quick supply. Rhino is actually getting chunked, but it's still enough to ignore everything else, and then the tower debuff takes care of these fangs. So this round we don't have to watch, there's no anti-air left, so he will die to the phoenixes. Okay, what else? Rhino is out of here. Mustang, I like this placement by the way, Mustang right here, because you can beacon that backwards, and if there's a unit here it will intercept it, and if there's no unit it will go forward. Also it has a haste module, so it's way quicker than the steel bolts and the crawlers even. So we have to make sure that it's not too far in the front so it doesn't get targeted. There we go. 3 Mustangs is more than enough to kill a Phoenix flank. There we go. Even without the attack enhancement, by the way. Now the Rhino here is dealing with the Fire Badger flank, as is usually the case. And then the rest of units die off here. Okay, so this is taking a decent chunk out of his life. HP for the balls, always appreciated, and there's an acid straight in here. I think the issue is the acid is best if you can keep the guys in the acid, and he already is out of oil. So unless there is something else here to hold up this blob of units, you're not gonna profit as much from the acid as you like, although the Arclights love units being in acid. They deal very well with each kind of unit as long as there's acid. There's another freaking flank going on here. Let's see the value. It's decent on the balls, as I said, and now there is no more value to be found. And we have a rinse and a repeat, and this flank is super duper late. Okay, so looks like another loss. 800 down from that round. Another haste module for the Mustang army. And this is what I was waiting for last round, because there's a clear path here to the tower. It's not going through the acid either. Tower doesn't have any fortification. This is a great thing if you have a ball closer to the middle, because you can go this way or this way. I was playing a blue hairstyle, which was steel boards here and here, and then beaking them across, so you have 3 steel balls on the tower, and your opponent does not know which side you're going every time. He even went for double beacon most of the time. So you can make a big switcheroo. That only works if you have steel balls closer to the middle. Doesn't have to be in the middle, but close enough to make this play. Great Badger flank, by the way. Keeps all of these units out of the fight. So no need in even selling that. I like this shield, by the way. Protects the Mustangs and some units, and it will never get broken because it's not on the tower. This is something I do not use as much as I should. Alright, so the acid did better this round. But there's still a bunch of Mustangs coming in. And this poor Rhino is getting tower debuffed on the acid. It's just gonna self-explode. But still a close round. Okay. So he still lost another 200 and now is in kill range. And it's time for Fortress versus Raiden. Now Raiden, even level 2, does not hold up versus Mustangs. Especially not Mustangs that don't get chunked by Arclights. Charge Shot does not deal with the Mustangs very well. And then there's a big boy here. There's very little on this board that can fight a level 2 fort. This is looking very, very scary. Raiden's not that great into defending tower like this. No beacon this turn. Huh. I was expecting a beacon somewhere over here. Very good side crawler, by the way, to drag the crawlers to the side, and then the fort goes in and pops the Arclights, pops the tower, and then it's all over. There's nothing here that can fight Steel Ball Mustang. The Raiden is good into Steel Balls, but it dies to the Mustang so badly. And that is GG. So Charlo, or how it's called, Charlemagne, does not make it. Alright. Congrats to the winner, and we move on to the second one, the European version. Not very many people playing. So there's Dijinsuke, Apuchi, HD Susawa, and Spoon and Arbiter. That's a pretty good top 5 here. Woot dying off twice, okay. This guy, by the way, I play against quite often, because he plays 2 versus 2. And I remember this name. And against RHR I played. This is a stacked lineup though. There's Sarah, there's Marth. Very interesting. Okay, so let's have a look what the Degen was doing. Was he playing any interesting guys? He was playing our guy from before. Apuji, HD and Arbiter. Very nice, very nice. This looks promising. Now the first one doesn't look as promising because it seems to be a humongous damage stomp, but we'll see, we'll see. I have not spectated this guy a lot, so I cannot tell you anything about his preference. Standard pack for this guy, very safe one. Is he going for the speed? Being spicy? I think all of these are actually playable. Very interesting pack choice. I can understand if he waits here a little bit. He does go for the training, sledge, and fang. Alright, let's get this on the way. So I get to play sometime. Marksman getting level. Good against the Arclight and not that good against anything else. I can understand going for Marksman here though, because going Arclight into this board is not necessarily a good idea. There's no crawlers yet. If there were crawlers, you still have the sledges for one turn. And there we go, level 2 Marksman got some value. One-shotting that Arclight, and now he can go ahead and make life of the storms hard. Alright, perfect round 1. Assault Stormcaller, holy moly, Assault Monkey playing some spicy stuff. So Assault Stormcaller means they turn into medium chuff. They have 150 range, so way shorter range. They get speedy, they have 11 to just 6 movement speed. And the most important part, they have 4596 HP. So they are very, very tanky. This is some spicy stuff, I love that. There's only one time where I saw this working. This was a subsidized Stormcaller and Assault Stormcaller at the same time. It was like a sledge board just with artillery. But that was before the Stormcaller nerfs a long, long time ago. And back then they were much better. Now, if he's a Giga Chad, he's gonna click Launcher Overload and then he has 110 range, but he's gonna be very, very fast and he's gonna shoot very, very often. Alright, so on the other side here is just boring Marksman and Vulcan play, but obviously the way, way better comp in the end. That's where you see the Assault Stormcallers. They are super duper tanky. Do not get fooled if there's Stormcallers left. Assault Stormcaller should win that every time. Okay, same play for both. Enhancement module for free cash. Not the best enhancement module, to be honest. It takes 2 rounds to get some money. This turn they will just get neutral. Minus 50 because he had to go for mass recruitment since he was selling units at the same time. So it's more like a minus 50 here and a neutral here. I think, yes. But still, it's gonna add up by around 8 They will have made some decent cash. It's also a very much a win more item, because if your opponent does not go heavy on XP units, you will have some trouble. You can see the power of the Assault Stormcaller again, eating rockets like it's nobody's business. Very nice, very nice. So I'm not sure why he went shooting squad first here. It seems a little bit odd. Okay, so this guy is going for range again. So he's getting the Stormcallers back on the field. There's no Stormcallers left here. They got all sold. One big thing that Degen has is the enhancement module and training spec combo, which is obviously more value than this guy. But the Stormcallers are being annoying. But it looks like it's enough. Not sure what the melting point is trying to achieve here, because there's nothing really to melt. Yes, there's a Vulcan, but the Vulcan is dying to all this artillery fire anyway. Yes, he is going for the full meme. I can respect this, and this is even in a tournament. And this tryhard is just playing same old, same old. Although there is some spicy shooting squad action going, I guess I can count that one. But not as spicy as 16 speed Stormcallers. I'm not quite sure on the reasoning though. The Stormcaller does not perform well into the marksman still, because the marksmen have enough damage to kill him. And then if you range your Stormcallers like he did, they will not even act as chaff. I think clicking range on the Stormcallers was actually a mistake. Alright, Melita does level up, so that's enhancement module value. My goodness, this guy. EMP coming up next. Now the question is, what is he gonna EMP? Most likely just the Vulcans. There's also fine gaming going on. There's some advanced memory going on here. Look at that Stormcaller. It's so goddamn fast. Unfortunately, their missiles still don't fly any faster. If they get faster, that would be awesome if they did. I think that would be actually a very funny thing to implement into the Assault Stormcaller. The rockets just fly faster. Ouch. I'm afraid the meme is dead. Is he gonna hit siege mode just for advanced meme? I can see it because this is... Yep, there we go. Predicted that. Got some Wasp coming in. Wasp without shield, by the way. Not sure if that's gonna do anything because we have range enhancement fangs on the board. I'm not sure if he even saw that, because I don't think he would go for this play without. But I can respect the hustle, because that's 4 upgrades on the Stormcallers. And this guy just doesn't give a damn, because it's short range Stormcallers. What an awesome game. I did not expect that from the first game. So props to Salt Monkey for playing some very memeish Stormcaller, Assault Stormcaller spam. Interesting. I also enjoyed the Hound with the armor. I'm sure that it did nothing in this game, but it is a play. It is a play for sure. Okay. So now we have Wolfguard. Doesn't seem to be close, but let's see. We got training. Yep, it's going for training again. Fast CS spec, decent supply spec also if he wants to play standard. Even cross control I would say is playable. Even missile spec would be playable because of the sledges. Although I'm not a big fan of that one. Missile spec very good into this kind of board though, because this is all missile material. Look at that. Triple sledgehammer deployment turn 1. What is going on in Europe? So, very, very different games than we saw earlier. Quite fun though. I'm all in for that. So it's a half and half defense. Now since there is no chaff, marksmen will love playing against sledges. And the Mustangs will just keep the marksman occupied, and that's easy peasy turn 1. Haste module also perfect for the Mustangs. It's gonna be an assassin Mustang. And now here comes the problem. Missile strike, a really good item. Ooh. So that tells you how much he values the haste module, because there was a shield deploy which could have countered the missile, and he still chose not to do it. Now a shield is not a problem, but this shield is not broken. Took like more than 75% and it's gonna be there on the next round as well. So that has to be broken. Okay, there's the shield breaker. That went fast. Any flankage? No. So he's going straight into a spread out board of Mustangs. And Wolfguard is deploying some random crawlers everywhere. I'm not even sure what he's trying to achieve with that. There's one assassin crawler on the tower, actually 2. Let's give them both credit. But I don't see why we triple deploy crawlers here. Okay. I was mistaken. Wolfguard is a full-blown aggro player and he does not care about reason. He's just going in. Double tower enhancement though. So the hounds do pretty okay against crawlers. Then the raid boss Sabertooth is tanking all the marksmen and does survive with next to no HP. Heavy armor now, even worse. But this turn is triple spell round. Missile, shield airdrops, everything. Alright, so the doggies are on shotgun border control. Trying to blast some holes into the crawler. Even making sure that the flank works out, and he is so dead, it's not even funny. He deployed a melting point just to get rid of the freaking Sabertooth and then chose to do energy absorption. Which is questionable play to say the least. Because the melting point does not have the range to compete with this kind of board shooting him. So now we go for the impact drill. Another thing why this is dangerous is there is gonna be one round where all of this gets rocketed into oblivion, 8 rockets on your face, and then the entire strategy is down the drain in one fell swoop. But I think this strategy does not even require that, because you're already dead. Okay, that was not a game, I would say. It's more like a stomp. Very fast, very aggressive crawlers. Sledgehammer start. What the hell is this? Anti-tank shells. This Sabertooth is giving him PSD. Like PTSD. I don't know. I don't know about this. Let's move on, I think. All right, now we got two 201 players in a row. The second one we already know. This one is a new one. Has very interesting specs. I think all of that is doable. And degen, not so much. Is it going to be another training spec? Typhoon, maybe? I don't know. This looks questionable. Saber is okay. Although Marksman and Saber is a little bit weird. So you've got Speed Spec, Arclight. What the hell is this? This is some 201 Speed Spec. Okay. Now, if you don't know, the reason why this looks a little bit weird is he tries to play standard now while being speed spec. So the entire battle line that should be here is moved like 2 or 3 meters or 30 meters away from the front line, so the units don't go in too fast. On the other hand, you could say he doesn't have a spec at all, because he's playing like this. There's the Stormcallers. So he's transitioning to a full-blown standard play out of a pack that does not play too well into standard. The Arclights are useful, but other than that, he doesn't have much chef. And his opponent has way more stats on the board. Mars Marksman. He's going for the shooting squad again. Okay, so we have a strategy going on here. I like that into the Stormcallers, I would say, because these few fangs will not give you any value on your Stormcaller. They will start being very annoying by surviving a few Stormcaller shots, since Stormcallers suck at hitting them. And this guy does not run HE. I wonder if he hits this upgrade every time, or just because he saw no HE and nothing. Because the Stormcallers don't have the text to deal with this Marksman spam. Okay, small loss, nothing significant. He goes for the big tempo play. So Javelin is gonna kill 3 units pretty much. Although I think the rod is wrong, because this is speed spec. You have to put it a little bit more to the front. Yep, this is 2 tanks. Other than that, it's even more marksman. Range on the Arclights doesn't matter because of marksman. This game looks like they are switching specs. Because he looks very speedy and the other one doesn't. Another Jeff. Next. Oh my goodness, look at that. Today is Stormcaller Day in Europe. So more sledge, more marksmen, and some chuff. There's gonna be oil this turn, so he's gonna start playing a little bit dirty. There might be even fire in his future. This is without range, by the way. This is just Stormcallers being bad. Range enhancement, for those you don't know. does decrease the amount of attacks that the Stormcaller gets out, because it can only shoot once the missile hits the ground. So unless you have to, I would not recommend buying this upgrade, unless you also click Launcher Overload. In that case, it evens out. But that is a lot of expensive upgrades. Armored Worm versus non-armored Rhino. Now, bad news for the Worm is Rhinos beat Worms in hand-to-hand combat if they are on equal level. But the Stormcallers annihilated. What the hell? There's something missing here. I think it didn't show the Worm coming up. But as you can see, if you play this kind of game, you have to have a front line. The Worm doesn't have to do any damage, it just needs to stay in front so the Stormcallers don't get attacked. If the Stormcallers get attacked, they die. So as such, he was lacking the tanky part of his army for a long time now. He has a lot of fangs, so he will go for a shield deploy most likely at some point, which is why we see Mustangs pre-deployed. Perfect flank into flames, which is a huge downside of picking Incendiary, because Incendiary will kill you on board really fast. Also picked Sledgy upgrades and Pestis Sledgy tech to regen, which makes them very durable against Stormcallers. Not against leveled Stormcallers, they will still die, but this guy is on the Stormcaller spamming spree and not in a leveling spree, so he's just fine with clicking feed maintenance. So now Mr. Rhino has its armor upgrade, and I would say there's not much on the board that can kill him. Especially not the Stormcallers, who will all keep shooting on him disregardless. And then he walks in and taps the tower. Worms die due to the marksman. And that's game over. This guy is on sub 200, so as long as the Rhino survives, there's no chance in hell. Oh, does he make it? Rhino's punching. He does not make it because there is a tower debuff by one lava that got sneaky and took the tower. Okay. So he lives another round, but the issues remain the same. There's oil this time. Hits the Mustang side, and there comes the airplane. So the big issue here is that he can barely defend the ground troops. So if there's any air here, he has a huge amount of problems later. Let's see if the Fangs survive. If the Fangs don't make it, this game is over. And it looks like the game is indeed over, because there is nothing left that can kill them. The Worms will kill the rest of the map. And this is a very traditional finisher that I used in many of my games as well, and I did actually use in the midweek tournament where we played the Wraith drop from both players, and the air switch would have won the game both of the times in the rounds. These Worms don't matter, that just means you take a bunch of damage, but it should be enough Wasp on the field to kill him off. So let's see how much damage he will take. Yeah, he did it. It looked scary, but the summoned units and larvae are summoned units do not deal as much damage, so even if you have like 5 or 10 larvae there, they are not that scary. The worms deal the majority of the damage, so if there was one more worm, he would have died at the same time as he would. So it would have been a tie. Alright, so now we got the interesting stuff coming up. Although this one is not a bad game at all, but it's just the more known players. Let's see. Training spec. Missile spec. Yeah, training spec it is. Versus Farseer spec, Hound, Sledgehammer. So he has a lot of medium units. But he has a little bit of chaff clear, a little bit of chaff. It's all not much. So he needs some good drops here to answer this board. Stormcallers like playing into hounds as long as they have +1 attack. If they don't, this will happen. There will be hounds left with like 1 HP. However, if you have a Arclight spec, aka training spec, the Arclights will finish those doggies anyway. And first round goes exactly as we expect. He gets dumpstered by his starting units. Ooh. A very spicy shield. So he's gonna save half of the Stormcaller. I like this shield into this board because these units are terrible at breaking shields. So he was expecting his opponent to take the missile strike, invested the shield, and now the shield will even get more value by units not being able to target that at all. Big downside here, these Stormcallers can distract it by 1 crawler. So there's a Melter versus a Worm pickup. Also a air transition with the ability to jump drive too. Very interesting. Now a big downside of the Worm is the Arclights actually do not like shooting the Worm, but since the Worm does go underground oftentimes, the Arclights will get to clear the chaff, which is really important because the melting point will beat the Worm one-on-one. Unless there is chaff. And it looks like the entire map is clean. So the Melter does do its job. Barrier, very nice. Barrier is a good item on Melter for sure. Because the Melter is moving quite slow. We have the usual lava play, and now do we have different techs? We don't. It's the same matchup as last time. So if there is gonna be big worms, he will struggle. However, this time there is no OP item that the worms have. So their stats are a little less scary for the melters than they were in the last game where we had the melter worm matchup. So one worm goes down, the other one too, because the larvae went underground while the worm was in range. This is due to the range, by the way. The range of the larvae is less than of a adult worm. And the splash and everything else. Alright, Farseer not doing too hot here. There's no units that the Farseer really wants to fight on the board. He's getting greedy on the missile strike. Okay, so we have plethora of worms now. And as you can see, we have the same issue as last time. If the worm ball starts rolling, there is no brakes. And there is even Phoenix support once the bubble gets popped. But for now the bubble is pretty healthy. And there we go. This is scary. Okay, we got cells on both sides. Range on the melter I'm not sure about. I don't think that's a proper upgrade. That is one thing that the opponent did correctly. He didn't need range on the melters. And other than that, there's a Rhino here. But multi-melter was clicked, and that is the appropriate answer for the larvae. However, the Rhino getting the tower is the true hero of this round, because the melter would have died to the worms. Or it did die anyway, but it would have died earlier to the worms, let's say it like this. And this is optimal multi-melter gameplay. There's fangs, there's some arc lights, there's stuff that can tank before the big bad worm arrives. Then the Phoenix is again fully occupied with shooting the barrier. EMP. Shoots the EMP. Good play. Although, is that gonna hit the melter? Maybe. Maybe a foot is gonna stick out. So we have shielded wasp coming now. Again, there is very little anti-air here. There is a melter coming. To counter the multi-melter, you often deploy your own melters, which outrange those. But the wasp will make sure that the melter is not shooting anything other than flying chuff. Same for the phoenixes. Looking okay, looking okay. Very good, very good. The melting point leveled, so it can out-tank the worms now. I like this shield wasp play though. It's a very, very good foresight. It's actually that good that I wonder, was the melting point there last round? I don't quite remember. Let's have a look. Or did he predict this play? He did predict the melter play. Very cool stuff. Because I highly doubt that he was gonna pick the wasp for damage or to block the phoenix or anything like that. Alright, so big heads up play by Degen. I like seeing that. Makes me very confident for him going into the other matches, because that is not something that all the good players do. They do not often predict things, they react very often. In this case, he preempted the melter play, and I think it got rewarded as well, because the multi-melter was very close to dying there, and if the melter would have gone into range and target that, I think the worm would survive. Alright, Apuchi. There's a speed spec. Does he pick that? No, he does not. He's also on the fire badger train. Cool. I like seeing this. We saw a lot of changed packs today. And I also like this because he picked the Mustang pack, which has some trouble wave clearing early, and subbed that with the fire badger. It actually goes for double fire badger. And then Degen has fortified spec, which is pretty much no spec at all, especially in this kind of board, because he doesn't have very tanky units that can profit. And here comes Apuchi with the hot and fast comp. Very cute. Now, you have to say he did forgo a deployment, and he started with 200 cash straight away. But on the other hand, DJN is not gonna get any stats buffs later anyway, so he's on full power of his spec as well. Instant oil turn 2. Also level 2 steel ball to go with this pushing power and have some single target damage, but then everything dies. Even the medium-sized units, if they stick around a little bit in the fire, they will get annihilated. So we got absolutely oiled, and then there was also a backup plan on the Phoenix. Right there. Speed, there it is. Speed spec coming in, just a little bit later. And now we have some more fire play on the Hounds. Interesting. He's trying to make oil at home. It's not as effective as the original oil, but it's still killing off a lot of the Mustangs. See if these doggies here can snipe the Mustangs. They can, and there we go. Phoenix finishes this round and deals with the medium-sized units pretty decent. So enhancement module for Apuchi. There's a melter coming. Is this multi-melter play again? Huh. Supply enhancement. Okay. I don't like that pick at all. Tanking tempo for no good reason. And it's too late to pick that. So the melter is gonna take some time to kill, but other than that, I mean, the steel balls still deal with that fine. I assume this is gonna be a multi-melter play of some sort. So enhancement module value is getting achieved. Oh, I love this. Scorch on the Mechabellum. A very effective upgrade if you can make it work. Most of the time you would like to hit range, but in this case you have doggies. You should get in range to kill anyway, but he did range the doggies as well. So he does not care about the patch change. In the patch change, the incendiary bomb actually does launch as far as your normal range would go. So you don't need to have range unless you want the normal attacking pattern of the Hound to deal the damage. Alright, here comes a Raiden. Raiden very good against mid-sized units, although I would argue a little bit overkill for killing Hounds. And there is the multi-melter. This is a very 201 thing to do, by the way. They love doing that. Okay. Steel balls, although ranged, cannot deal with the chaff. Okay, this is getting pretty scary for Apuchi here. Mustang production. More enhancement value on all the units. Does have the chain going now, but the Mustangs are already into full-blown killing mode. And I'm afraid the melters will melt the front line of the Raidens a little bit too quickly now. And Melter has a huge downside with this upgrade taking range losses, but Apuchi did downgrade his range to 130, so the melting point actually has the necessary range, and Apuchi could not afford enhanced range. Neither did he have EMAC, which can deal with this kind of unit. So one might argue why I love Scorch. Was it really the play? Was that something worth doing? And also, how much value did the range on the steel balls gain them? Really interesting Hound defense though. I like these Hounds. They are tanky enough to not die immediately to usual chaff clear, but they have enough models at the same time to stall out these balls and crawlers and whatnot. And then you add the incendiary bomb so they can chaff clear properly. Very cool, very cool. Alright, so next up we have HD Süßsauer. Let's see if he goes for the patented build of his, which he always plays. Got a Typhoon spec, got training spec, degen supply spec. Could even go giant if he wants to go for his Vulcan. I'm not sure about these packs. There is plenty of good packs for HD. HD does go for the Typhoon, yeah, as we expected. And giant for degen. Okay. Wasn't sure about this one. This was, I think, more of a preference kind of style. But for now we have pretty similar power levels. Both specs do something later, but not for now. Since there's very few. Oh yeah, here we go, hell yeah. Extended range sledgehammer for both. That's what I love seeing. Screw the specs, which is going for sledge gaming. Ouch. Cheating with the missile though. Very sneaky gameplay there. Yeah, for now that doesn't do too much. But we have to take a look at the techs, and there is a difference. There is field maintenance versus armor on the other half of the sledges. So round 3, the sledge win. There is a level on this sledge. Now levels do matter a lot if you are in a mirror of some sort. There's flanking sledgehammers. Okay. Ah. So HD Süßsauer is trying to abuse the fact that the shield airdrop is sometimes very hard to clear unless you have shield breaker units, and is deploying this in the corner and hopes this shield will stay up. There's 2 marksmen though. I'm not sure if he won't be able to break that. It's very annoying though. So he took his sledge level. Oh, actually there's another difference. I didn't even see that. Armor piercing bullets versus EMP. So the extended sledge gameplay could be different here. Also being able to have access to radens whenever you want is a big thing in the sledge mirror. So the giant spec has a advantage there, but the Typhoon spec will get more money. Okay, so round 4. Flank play does not work out for now. Ooh, a rhino. That's a little bit unfortunate here. So rhinos on flank defense and coming in late. There's another shooting squad. So degen going for his other route, and there is gonna be sledge gaming for HD. Actually hitting the proper upgrade. Oh, he does still deploy this? I'm not sure about this. This will drag units away from the middle for sure. But he did that into a rhino double drop. So there's gonna be no units getting killed here, pretty much. But you can see here, the tower is wide open, he could go for some beacon play. So the payoff right now isn't there, but if his opponent is not entirely blind to this play, he obviously has a round to deploy countermeasurements, so I'm not sure if that's worth it. It's not gonna buy any tempo. There's enough marksman and spawned fangs to deal with the wasp threat as well. Okay. So round 5 going to degen as well. Another shield airdrop. No, this time he does not pick it. And now we have giant spec coming online. There's no armor play for the sledges, by the way, so the Vulcans will deal with that. Going range, going items on the sledgehammers. Temp speed. Sells one of the wasp. And the flanks are pretty much unchanged. But this time we have some big boys in the front. He also eats a missile on the Vulcan, which is pretty good. And the Vulcans do not make it until they have cleared all the crawlers. Now this wasp looks very feisty, yep, and it does actually get into the tower. So it did in fact not fix the front tower issue that I was talking about. And that looks like a round going to HD Zusawa. Rhino's just getting kited by the sledges at this point because they have huge range advantage over him. And if he hits EMP, this is gonna get even worse. Lightning Storm right in the middle. And we have a worm transition for degen. Since he's giant spec, he can just do that. Unless he needs the money. For now it's naked worms. So nothing changed about that. No more sledge techs, but another shield drop. Very good lightning storm, I feel like. That's 3 sledges down, marksman. Hits the sides of the Vulcans as well. It's very expensive though, so he did invest a lot of money into winning this round. And degen is at 3.4k, so he's not dying anytime soon. And I was mentioning upgrades on the worms, since they are none. The sledgehammers deal fine with the worm for now. Although there's a scaling issue. If the worm has a upgrade, a item, a level, the sledges will probably not perform as well. He has EMP in his back pocket. So, we still have Raiden, Scorpions, Fortress, also a good play. That's the issue of the sledge. There's many units in this roster that are giant and take care of sledges. There's the EMP click. That's gonna neutralize the Vulcan range pretty quickly. SK is going for even more chaff clear. I like this because this Vulcan will clean up this flank much faster and will free our Rhinos to go to the front and actually try to tank for our marksman worm team. This Vulcan got EMP'd already, but he's still shooting, so not that big of a deal. Worms didn't get any attacks, so EMP does not matter too much for them. Mortars getting absolutely kited. It's looking very good for HG Susawa for this round, but it's not as convincingly, I would say, as he would like. Sledgehammer Gaming does scale fine, but I think there is a limit to how much you can profit. Right, but for now, that's a round 8 win. A Degen drops to 1-7. Electro Mag. Big Kahuna spell. Getting more worms and more replicates. Late worms as well. Oh, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 worms on the field. With efficient giant manufacturing, so there's a huge value here on this board right now. Except for the fort, he got that one for free. But other than that, he got efficient giant manufacturing on a bunch of them. Now this flank will delay the worm, so there will be a second wave of units coming in here when the frontline worms have died. And hopefully the steel bolts will have ceased to exist at that point. Or if they are targeting different things. It's a very late oil ignite here. So here comes the second worm wave. This time all inclusive with larvae. And since those are giant units, it's gonna be a lot of damage coming in for HG Susawa. Okay, so now we pretty much got killing range on both of these. Let's pause for a second. So in terms of anti-air, there is not that much. He does have marksman and the fangs. On the other side, we do have fangs, and that's it. I'm pretty sure HG Susawa should die to airplay here of some sort. His chances of getting into his own airplay is, I would say, low. The thing is, he does not have enough killing power to go right down the middle and profit from these flanks. The moment they are doing him a disservice. Okay, so now we have Subterranean on the crawlers. I love that upgrade, but into Vulcan? Not quite sure if that's worth the cost. The Steep Bolts got mechanical division now, so they will spawn some more crawlers. Again, into Vulcans, not sure about. They do get rid of these front worms pretty fast. Here comes the second worm wave on the sides. The Rhino is just getting value by tanking. Oh, very close to getting tower done. Tower does die. But there's one big problem. Sledgies, even with high levels, even with full upgrades, not that much damage. Still can't get rid of the worms and all that stuff. There's just too much units on the board pretty much. It's not about the quality so much, it's about the kind of units. It's the tanky kind, the giant kind, and there's no status here. I think this our dice to pretty much any play here, to be honest, other than War Factory maybe. I think even plopping down to War Factories could have done it, because he's just lacking the damage. The only thing he has in damage is steel bolts. And as you can see, the steel bolts will connect to 1 or 2 worms, and that's it. Didn't do anything other than that. Vulcan's dealing just fine with the chaff. And then this thing here, the second defense enhancement, I think was a very good play. He has just too much stuff on the board. That's nothing the Sledgehammer can fix. He has the upgrade, he has the armor piercing bullets. However, this will also increase the attack interval. So if you click that, you get weaker to chaff, you get weaker to loose formation, by the way. Loose formation could have wrecked him as well. There was arc lights, there was sledges. This does not deal very well with loose formation at all. He could have clicked subterranean as well. So I think he was dead in like 5 or 6 ways at this point. I like this marksman shooting squad thing, because he does deny the air switch possibility for a little while. Obviously not as much as a true big switch, but for 1 round for sure. Right, now we got the final game versus Forgotten Arbiter, or Arbeiter, whatever it's called. Alright, we got interesting packs here. We got quick supply on storms, supply on hounds, cost control, this is all the storms, and a giant spec with an aggro pack. It does go for the hounds. Interesting, I love seeing that because I want to see how it plays out. Maybe it's going to be the Firehound play again. Arbiter, Sabertooth spec. Goes for the Sledgy and Bang. So he has 200 supplies straight away, while Degen will have these 200 on round 4. And then we'll start outscaling his comp. But this looks very much like the other game he played, where he deployed the hounds as the main chaff clear, gave them fire bombs, range and whatnot. But that was into a very, very aggressive board of Apuchi that was very short ranged and very hard on his heels. So I'm not sure if we're gonna see this similar game here. Okay, so round 1 is pretty even, not that interesting. Degen loses that, but it's like 20 damage. So we get shield airdrop versus armor item on the sledges. If the saber dies, the shield should not die. And then Arbiter goes for a bunch of crawlers, since the chaff clear here is pretty lackluster, but he knows about the secret tech of attack enhancement. So if Arbiter sees this and he wants to get more crawlers on the board, he might be hitting the defense button to make sure that the hounds do not one-shot the crawlers. As you can see there, they do just fine. Very similar to arc lights in this case, by the way. They don't clear much slower. And if the opponent hits the defense upgrade, you are sad though. Thing is, he is supply spec, so he can be ahead of these upgrades. Yeah, and there we go. That's round over because the shield will never break. And that's a round to G-Gen. There's a bunch of chaff clear options here, and he chooses the Vulcan. And same for his opponent. Beacon to counter the Stormcaller, and there is Stormcaller's inner placement, so the beacon will distract both of them straight away. There's a bunch of late fangs though, on both sides. The Stormcallers should lock onto the Vulcans in time, I guess. For now they're gonna get distracted by the Sledgehammer, which is really good, because the Sledgehammer has the heavy armor, and one of these sledges is splitting off and is sitting right in front of the Stormcallers. He did not hit the defense upgrade. In this case we have upgrade advantage for the Vulcans. 10 damage more, which is 100 DPS for a Vulcan, because it attacks 10 times per second. And then the Vulcan is very sad because his shield holds up very nicely against Vulcans as well. Alright, so there's another one. Shield airdrop being very, very annoying for Arbiter here. There's another shield. Melter on the field. Double enhancement this time. Then we have a Stormcaller hidden here behind the Vulcan and Melter. Now the thing is, these Vulcans also don't like the shield, so these two shield bubbles here will just mean that the Vulcans will eventually get stuck on the barriers. However, there is Stormcallers on the right, and there is no Stormcallers on the left, I guess, for Arbiter here. So the Vulcan will not make it, and the Fangs will get hidden behind the shield, so that's gonna be very annoying once the time of the Melter comes. If it survives the Stormcallers, that is, because Stormcallers deal very well with non-level giants like these, and yep, that's tower debuff. Stormcallers should have this. Yep. Other than that, it's just cleanup crew, leaving Arbiter at 21k. So we have Steel Balls on the Legion side versus Mustangs in the back. Range on the Melter, range on the Marksman. Does run Best Partner too, so you can transition to a full Marksman board. Does not run EMP, but he does run Elite Marksman instead. Not sure if I quite like that. I think EMP is most likely stronger in these scenarios. My prediction is he's never gonna click Elite Marksman. Very expensive, and if you can click that, you most likely won the game anyway. It's a big investment. There's some flanking hounds. I like that because Arbiter still does not have the tower enhancement, so the dogs can clear the crawlers very effectively. They have no trouble dealing with Mustangs most of the time, although they will get hugely outranged right now. There's one sneaky ball, makes it into the tower. So left side is holding up for Arbiter. but it's not pushing forward anytime soon. The only thing that can target the tower right now is the Mustangs. And that means the melting point in the middle is also getting killed. Can the Vulcan clear the chaff? He cannot. This tower is still not dead. Because there's one single Mustang on it and then it's all ogre. Alrighty. So that's another big loss for Arbiter. 1.3. So he's getting into kill range now. Underground for both. See spell, pick spell. Although this spell will just mean as a defensive tool pretty much. Much else. And there's oil coming down. Oil in the middle. Interesting. So now the Vulcan will turn. There goes all the crawlers. So it doesn't do anything in terms of tower pressure, just makes sure that all the units in the middle get pulled back a little bit. In this case, though, I would argue the oil actually makes this much worse, because all of the units get delayed chaff, and his chaff dies to the oil straight away. Good melter lock on the side here. So melters are hitting targets. The middle melter is still very sad, but the doggies rush the tower and get it down. But on the other hand, you have to remember this is the oil turn. So if he doesn't kill him, the situation will improve. And Arbiter still has his oil on the table if he wants it. But that is a lot of damage, so he's very close to dying to any air cheese of any kind. He just makes it. Okay. Heavy armored, another crawler. There is the fireblade that we were talking about. Ranging the Vulcan. Gain double upgrades. This is the best partner time for the marksman crew. Still got that shooting squad left if he wants to. Although there's Mustangs in the back. Hound flanks got answered pretty much by the Vulcan play. Looks like a good round for Arbiter, I would say. I don't think this is anything on this board here changed that is really scary. Again, I would say if he has EMP or something, I would be a little bit more scared, because these Vulcans would stop shooting immediately. There's not much in range if they don't get the range. Same for the melter. But for now this is looking good, because the marksmen do not have the DPS yet to deal with the Vulcans. They don't have double shot online. And in terms of range, they are very equal here. No lone versus lone though, so there has some downside to that, but he will take the round 7. Alright. Round 8. As I said, Arbiter still dies to very many cheesy situations. Let's see if he tries to do it with normal board. There is Acid Scorpion Siege mode. Spicy. I do not like this upgrade very much, but this is nice because we have instant connection here. So unless Forgotten Arbiter plays around this, which I highly doubt he does, he's gonna get hit with acid on the giants. And his mind went straight to the worm play. Okay, other than that we don't have anything else, but I think acid is enough of a play to annihilate most high HP targets. Yeah, the Scorpion by itself kills 2 Vulcans on the flanks already. Then once the worm is sitting in acid, it will also blow up. There we go. This worm is a little bit more scary because it's level 2, but the board evaporated. I like this case used because acid is very, very strong if you already have some DPS on the board, but it's just not enough DPS, but the units are good and are in range to shoot. Then they will get a 250% damage boost, which is obviously humongous in this kind of situation because there's big health pools, slow moving units in the backfield, and then it should be enough. Snapping the tower, and then this thing gets shot into pieces. Alright. Did not expect the Scorpion, but as I said, I think multiple plays would have been possible here. I think a Beaconed Wasp would have done it as well, because the Melters can't deal with those this turn. The Mustang will die by that point. They weren't surviving very long, and then the Beacon would have made sure to get it in here. So there's something you could replay if you want to. I'm not going to because I think there was too many lines where he could have done it. But I really like the Scorpion idea since that was the drop and he made good use of the drop as well. Okay. Last but not least, we got Americas. We got some few. This guy from the midweek tournament. We got Amarok, Grubby Viewer, the Hacker. Alright, interesting. I would say not the most stacked matchup, but you can't expect much if you take a look at our first few games from the European region. I think pretty much everybody who wanted to play was already playing in that tournament, and there was some huge names in there. Which obviously also means that a bunch of them will get eliminated pretty early in terms of tournament quality, and this leads to tournaments sometimes looking a little bit odd, where people win that you have never heard of because everybody else was eliminating each other way before that. Okay. So we got Sabertooth versus Typhoon Spec. Sabertooth I like in this case because it is in a sledge drop, and sledge drops do not have DPS early. And he will pick up arc lights to supplement the wave clear, since sledgehammers also don't deal very well with chaff, and there is a Mustang pack coming in. So I would say that's all around good decisions. I'm not sure why there's a tarantula on the field, but I guess he did get lucky because the Sabertooth did not get any good connections to the tarantula. It might still die here to the sledges though. It does. Okay, so he's going for some spice here, I see. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he forgot. He skipped one deployment to go into the tarantula and still didn't win. So that's ouch. Farseer drop for both, but he buys another Farseer straight up. Interesting. So fearing he needs some sort of anti-air protection. I think taking one Farseer is fine, not sure about taking two. Alright, this time Chaff is fixed and the Sabertooth does tank the whole time. Everything is super low, but this Farseer cannot finish them off because of the tower debuff. It's very close though. Alright, portable versus shield. Shield on the top, portable on the saber, making
the main tank even tankier. And then Pontop is trying to brute force the Spider. Most likely the reason why he took the Farseer, although he was already in Mustangs. I'm not quite sure about this one. I like the shield pick for the Saber because the Saber is under fire the entire game. And you can see it used almost the entire shield just by tanking the front. So redeployment was skipped there. Iron Beam was skipped, but there's a nuke at home for Pontop. And he's instantly gonna try and use that. Okay. Pretty decent value, I would say. Still, it's minus 100. Or minus 200 actually, because he chose the spec and didn't skip. So he invested some money here. Is basically an Iron Beam, just a little bit cheaper. That does not reoccur on round 8. Alright, Phoenix. Both of them picks the Phoenix. Huge investment here with elite recruited Mars Phoenix. Does not have any upgrades on them though, and there is range on this side with also 2 more Phoenixes added. And we also got Stormcaller action. Range on the Farseer. This is getting to the point where I would argue that you can try to cheese around with missile intercept, and then the Farseer gameplay is completely down the drain. If you over-invest into Farseers, you will get countered by a missile interceptor. There's nothing you can do about them. Right, nano repair for the Spider, anti-air play for the Fortress to get rid of the Phoenix play. So pretty terrible timing for the Phoenixes because they get range too late, and now they do get shut down by Fortress. Deploying them pretty far back so the Phoenixes don't get the lock-ons. But he's still investing more into the Farseer. It's looking like a very bleak future. Fort's very strong into Spiders, very strong into Phoenixes, so he has the double whammy and counters both at the same time. You always lose tempo if you deploy these forts, but in this case he was so ahead that he just finishes them off. Alright. Don't think this one was particularly close. This is a humongous amount of money into a unit that can get countered quite easily. And yeah, the Phoenix range really hurt him. The turn that they came down, these Phoenixes performed way better than they should have, I think. Alright, shows you the power of the fort. And I think it was correct for both of them to pick the Farseer drop, just don't invest more. And if you do, it has to be a killing blow, can't just do that for free. So we have the elite spec without chaff, fortified, looking okay. Giant spec is the pick for the opponent. If he believes in the Hound, he can go for this. It's like basically budget Arclight with Marksman. He does not. He believes in the fortified big boys. Alright, looks fun. A little bit of headbutt action going on here. Some more crawlers. Got instant locks. Ooh. I think he got really lucky there because fortified spec should win this, but nothing else hit the Sabertooth except that Saber Teeth. So it was very, very close on getting two-shotted, but it did not. Right. This is a little bit troll. He picks laser sights as if they were gonna trade blows here. Yeah. Disregardless though, he loses a round to the Phoenix play. For free. Phoenix love fighting Sabers. Sabers are slow, Sabers have high HP pools. Cheese turn with the Phoenix. Improve firepower because Phoenix in the air. Item on Mustang good. And that's the round because of the tower debuff. Very, very sad one. Does he have redeployment? He does not. Okay. So he is investing a deployment into this, but I think that's well worth it because if you're in a headbutt, units are already in range to trade below straight away, so there's absolutely no reason not to do that. So he's transitioning to forts. Does not run anti-air. Interesting. So for now the Phoenix are still okay. And then there is Wasp gameplay in the front and the sides. All the flanks get denied. The forts are doing okay, but then the debuff hits and the Phoenix would have won the round anyway. But that is too much damage on Fab 4. I'm not sure why he picks Super Supply here. Because this is killing range, he should be able to finish him this turn. The Wasp have to be jump drived because there's nothing here for them to do. And yeah. Big mistake, the tower is open again. So he got a little bit too fancy with his jump drive there. That might even be game. It is, yeah. I think this super supply enhancement was like truly unnecessary. Yeah, this is a problem. One missile here and your Wasp defense is completely screwed. This Phoenix is absolute MVP of the game. Because none of this mattered. This front line dies to this front line any day because you have huge damage on the Saber Phoenix combo, and then the Arclights deal fine with Fangs and Crawlers here. Too much investment into the Wasps. Flanks got absolutely hammered by the Mustang drop. I do not like this strategy there either, because he's going into Fangs, so he must expect Mustangs, especially if he's Fang Fort, and then he goes into Wasp anyway. But it's fine. Alright, so we get in the standard gameplay now. This is Marksman, Arclight, Saber. Probably the safest start, I would say. Is Gorgeous Prime a Firebadger believer? Because that pack is pickable here. Or is he a cost control believer? Or is he a missile spec aggro player? He is a Firebadger believer. Okay. So we are again seeing the trend of Firebadger being picked very often as a midfield chaff clearing option, let's say. So a Arclight light. Which is not true, it's actually a Arclight Plus with neutered range. But in terms of its stats, it obviously outstats the Arclight like 10 times over. But 93 range to 60 range can make a huge difference. And that looks like a good round for the sledgies, because there's one sledgy taking 4 Stormcallers. Very unfortunate RNG. Okay, double spawn. Orange man coming in. Gorgeous Prime
looking very, very suspicious over here. Because there's only one single crawler. There's a lot of fangs. That smells like a fang shield to me. However, deploying fangs in the back here very, very good for wasp drop. So he defends that. But this time the storms do not get as lucky. Will the fangs carry? I'm afraid they will not, but they will take out some of the storms. Alright. Raiden double pick. Interesting. So was melting points also offered? But they both believe in the Raiden. I don't know. I mean, I can understand the Raiden into the Sledgehammer. But don't see any good reason for Goch's Prime to go into Raiden, I would say. It's fine, but I don't see any particular good reason why that would be the line to do. Ooh, this Raiden snipes the orange man. Very close. Fangs should do it. And they do. Even without the tower. Ooh, this is nasty though. This is an amplifying core level 2 Raiden. That's gonna be a little bit more difficult to handle. He goes for more fangs, which I think is correct. Raiden do not like fighting fangs unless they have full upgrades. Very similar techs, just iron versus fork. And I think if you ever pass the fork, you will most likely die, especially in a mirror. Oh, tower debuff does make sure he deals with the raid boss Raiden, and he gets his own raid boss as well. Alright. The tradition of C-spell, pick spell continues. As in every single tournament in the last 2 weeks, I would say. Because spells are a little bit overtuned, especially the spawning spells. Big Raiden energy. So we equal on the range upgrades now. And again, we are seeing the fangs stalling out the Raidens, but not enough. The right side dies to just a crawler running under the Raiden. That happens if you don't have chain active and your preferred method of clearing units is Arclight. Sometimes they just don't make it. Alright, I like this. EMP, range, there is the thing that I was calling the Fang. Into no chain. Alright, can the Fangs sway the tide? Because EMP is really strong in the mirror. But if the Raiden doesn't get to connect, EMP does not matter. There's no Fangs left. Ooh, the tower debuff though. Look at that Raiden. I'm afraid this Raiden will die. It does not? Okay. This Raiden really wanted the tower. No melting point. Interesting. I would have expected somebody to pick the melting point. Because melters deal pretty well with Raidens, not with the EMP necessarily, but... Alright, there is the chain. There's also a enhancement module getting some value here. And there's Mars rockets everywhere. Alright, so now the Fang Gaming will enable the Raidens to get their EMP effect via lightning onto the Raidens floating above. But still looking pretty even, because he teched up the electromech from last turn. The air battle is pretty similar, and just the chaff and the chaff clearing methods are different. Nice. Does actually make it. Photon versus iron. Now I would argue iron is way more valuable, but not sure why he chooses to photon this. He wants to prevent the EMP, I guess? There's shielded fangs from a very bad position, but the iron beam. The iron beam trashes the Raiden, because the Raiden is a very slow moving unit. And I think that's gonna be the misplay of the game. He did not follow the rule C spell, pick spell. And that is gonna be game over for him straight away. Yeah. Clearly visible. Underestimating the value that Iron Beam has against Raidens. Some giants do not actually care that much about a Iron Beam. The Raidens do. They are not too tanky and they are not too fast. So unless you beacon out of it, you don't have much counterplay. Okay. Supply spec, Rhino spec, even training spec, even Sabertooth spec actually looking okay. Now this one I don't fancy as much. Maybe Elite Spec Hound or something? Oh, he does actually go for it, okay. If I was Fedis, I would not be very confident about this. Now, Hounds do not like playing into Arclights, but Saber also doesn't really like playing into Hound and Stormcaller. But there's no Chaff coming. Huh. So he's a non-believer of Hounds. Because Blue Hounds would have done the job that the Arclights did as well. But then he has very little chaff against the Sabers. I don't think I like this. Stormcallers will get connections though. That's still fine. The Saber attack speed is so low that even 5 units is pretty hard to deal with for him. The Saber does level though, so that can be very scary, because if the Saber grows too big, the Stormcaller will not deal with that, and if there's a regen item drop in, you have a lot of trouble. Alright, we got sub steel balls versus improved firepower. I'm guessing that's a blind buy for Mustangs. He did level the Saber though, and now this is where the issue arises. You need damage to deal with that. But he did actually deploy a marksman and should take care of that. Okay. So Fettis is in a decent position because he has lots of HP. Now comes the answer to the Hounds. It's the charged Arclight. Pretty decent here because there's very little chaff coming in here, and it's late chaff. Good defensive wasp positioning, but I think they will lose. Yep. RNG was not with them because there's no tower upgrades. Can the crawlers take down the marksman? They cannot. Alright, he's bleeding a lot of tempo here, but it's the elite way.
If he can get to endgame status where he has more chaff, I think this whole board collapses. This is fragile as can be. And he's investing more into the same units. It's also very dangerous because he is lacking the deployments. Okay, so the Arclights are absolutely cleaning ground now. Phoenix for both of them, and Phoenix love this kind of board because there's very few units that they don't want to shoot. And that spells doom to everything else. This was a level 1 Phoenix at some point. There is the chaff, and now is where Elite starts sweating. Now he is deploying additional stuff. And he forced out a hacker level 3. Very powerful against Arc Lightsaber. Unfortunately though, the board can deal with the hacked units very well. And as I said, there is no front line left. Okay, Wraith I think is game over. Wraith loves this kind of boards. Does he have regen? He does. So where are we going to put that? Probably over at the flank. Goes for this flank. I think you should loan here. Don't like the positioning on the flank here though. There was already a Phoenix deployed and he didn't have any chaff. Nor did he have tech on the Wraith. But disregard is the same deal as last time. Phoenixes absolutely slap him out of the game. And he deployed more units that Phoenix like to target onto the board with the drop. So drops do not favor him. Now we get a fortress out, but that's... I think it's too late. Got shield from the Phoenix if he wants to. Yep, there we go. Deployment on the Wraith. Very good distraction for the anti-air. Clears the chaff, kills the tower. And that is game over. Yep. All of this damage was bought by a board that transitions into nothing. And this is exactly why I do not like the Hound start very much. If the Hound gets dealt with, like kind of this unit, Scorpions, Raidens, whatever, your front line is dead. And then you have 1 Fang, 2 Fang, 3 Fang, 4 Fang. Unshielded Fangs in missile range. And then the rest of your units are level 2 units, most of them. Even the starting units got upgraded. I don't know. I think there had to be some sort of transition. If you want to go forts, you need to do that earlier and save some cash to get into that. It's elite buying tempo and then just straight up dying afterwards. Okay. 2 more to go. We have a Typhoon and a Farseer. I'm not sure about the missile one, I wouldn't pick that. And Rider again is getting pretty screwed. I think Marksman is pickable. And other than that, I don't like it. Let's go for the Giant spec. Not sure about that one. Okay. Seems to be
a SM push on this side. I'm not sure if I quite like hounds and sledges being deployed that far back. They're not the fastest units. So it's a half aggressive push something something. It's not really reaching tower that fast, doesn't have much tower pressure, and it shows here. Might win the round, but not by much. Okay. Shield airdrop, no redeployments, nothing. Just the value of the drop here, because majority of the fight is happening here. So he hopes the shield will stay alive. Same for this shield placement outside the tower. To make sure we have a side shield for the marksman, because none of these units are very good at breaking shields. The marksmen are okay at it, but I would say bad is the correct answer. Did fortify the tower, but didn't matter because it was unnecessary to play with these units. Okay, Phoenixes, I think good choice for both of them. There is marksman on the board though. So the Phoenix play is a little bit scuffed for Rider. And he has an aggressive Stormcaller as his own shield breaker method. I actually like this for now because the Stormcallers deal very well with this kind of board. Unless there's chaff. If we get more chaff here, I think Stormcaller value will decrease a lot. For now, a good Rider round. Double skip, I think I agree. Nothing there caught my eye. This is waiting for a oil disaster. Fire extinguisher only clears oil if it burns. And I say that and he's deploying even more into the same corner. Does go for the play that I always recommend for playing hounds. He gets the enhancement. Whereas his opponent does neither get oil nor enhancements. Farseer is now online. Very powerful unit against everything on the board. So this most likely will be MVP of this turn. Other than that, Rider hasn't shown us a single giant. So I think we can expect worm gameplay if I read this board correctly. Yeah, Farseer OP. Kills everything and then gets hit by the Stormcaller. And this is why the Stormcaller is pretty good. It wins you rounds that you shouldn't win. And if it doesn't win, the opponent will bleed. In this case it will lose, but not by much. Fire Badger. Now that is a problem for this kind of board. And then we have Mustang on the other side with Wasp in the back line. Range for 2 Phoenixes. Okay. I think I have seen better value. But for now, he does not have a good answer to Wasp, but he does have the Farseer, and the Farseer can do everything. So, might be enough. Not sure about this shieldage. It's probably scared of the Stormcaller breaking it. Okay. So for now, shield is holding, Fire Badge is dying. But they do stop the entire advance. So left side is getting cleared, but the Wasp are unanswered. And this side is getting carried by the Farseer, so Wasp don't do anything. And then once the Farseer is dead, the entire board dies as well. Right, so the Phoenixes did manage to get rid of the Wasp with the help of some Fangs. And Ryder is still not showing why he picked the Giant Spec. Enhancement module turn 6, a little bit late, but... very greedy oil. My Gideons. Ryder also going for a pretty expensive spell. But he has to shield this. This is EMP galore. If he doesn't put a shield here, I will be very upset. Because this oil is incorrect. Nah. Hard disagreement here. This has to be shielded. Even if you don't expect the oil. And everybody at this point expected the oil. Some Mustangs were added to deal with the Wasp threat. And deal with the Phoenixes at the same time. And it's game over for sure. Yeah. I don't think he was in a good position either way, but that was just a blunder. Can't say it differently. Alright, last game. Now, I must say, this America's tournament is not looking very impressive so far. The games were of lesser quality for sure. But as I said, you can't can't expect everybody to play 3 tournaments a day. So they will choose one, and then in this case, the European one was early enough for the America guys. It was late enough for the European guys, and it's fine, I guess, for the Asian guys. So that's why it's sometimes that's stacked. Right, didn't talk about the deployment. Sabertooth, good combination with Sledgehammer because of DPS. Chemtrails does go for my dreaded package of Mustang Hound, which has a 0% win rate in this tournament and the midweek tournament. The only pack with Mustangs that did work out was the amplifying pack. But the Hound packs, I think there was only one single win with Hounds. And that was the fire play. The Melter Hound fire play. Okay, extended range Archies. That's actually a little bit scary. Okay, never mind. He is gonna decrease his attack and can't kill the hounds, but he does immediately put out the charge shot. Okay, so this time we actually see some giant spec action. There's gonna be a fort that gets absolutely blasted into oblivion by the Arclight line. Okay, there's gonna be some Phantom Cheese coming in. One on the tower, one on the defense. And this one both on the defense. And the Phantom Ray almost got to the tower, but then got absolutely distracted by one crawler and one Arclight and didn't do anything. It's goddamn close though. Okay, they do take the tower. Fort is pretty dead though. So Chemtrails loses another one. Does go for intensive training versus efficient tech research. This guy loves his efficient tech research. Okay, goes for a bigger Mustang. Arclight still on their one tech. And it looks like the Phantom is again do not get the tower, just barely. Then the second debuff will make sure that this fort dies. Okay, so he's to half HP now. Barrier on a fort. Nano repair on a fort, barrier on the melter. Loose crawlers coming in to mess up the arc lights. Very expensive upgrade on turn 5. It's a big fort regenerating, so I think the melter was the correct play here. He saw the nano repair and was like, hell no. Yeah. Loose crawlers do not get it done. Raiden versus Wasp. One of the Wasp disappears straight away, buys Mustangs to deal with the incoming air. Mustangs very good against loose formation crawlers because they are very low HP. So unless he has Subterranean as well, he will die to Mustangs pretty quickly, and Mustangs are good versus everything except for the fort. Very nice beacon cheese with the Wasp. And that's game. Alright. Not very much of a game, to be fair. But that was the case for this entire lobby, I would say. Now, since that went pretty fast, I will take a look at this guy, because there's multiple people here that are performing very well in other tournaments. And we didn't see this guy play at all. So he lost to Fred Thulu. Actually, I wanted to see probably this one, because this was a mid-week tournament winner. And he was playing some pretty interesting stuff, I would say. Last one for today for sure. Missile spec, okay. Aggro missile, I assume, versus speed. Cool. Oh, never mind. What the hell is this? Very weird deployment, and AWM is not sure where to deploy. One could say. Okay, this is pretty annoying. I'm actually gonna skip the round if he keeps doing that. I will. So he did lose, but it was not by much. Because there's no strategic things you can do here other than deployment. So they get into some sort of a asym fight in the middle. And neither of them have much tower pressure, to be honest. So Phoenix getting picked up here. On this board nothing is happening pretty much, but he does have the spell at the right position because it's gonna keep the Phoenix occupied and take the tower as well. And then in the middle we have this huge meat grinder. Right. Very favorable for HOTS. However, the Fangs have to get to the Phoenixes, so that he will lose some balls and whatnot until the Phoenixes get dealt with. Okay, decent amount of damage. There's the must pick and the Mustang. Have to pick that. Best unit in the game.
Ooh, that's a very juiced missile strike if he actually does that. Why would you deploy that there? Oh no. Cross in the back. He's pretty much switching to a standard deployment of some sort. Ouch, this was unnecessary damage on the Mustang, I would say. This is a Greed Mustang, doesn't have any range. So thanks to the range, the remaining Mustangs can deal their DPS here. And these Mustangs will not target them because these units are closer and they have to turn to target those. So big damage on the Mustangs. And then he will get cleaned up afterwards. So this was quite lucky. He was very close to disaster. Okay, orbital bombardment. Must pick for both because there's very few units outside. Although I would like this a little bit more forward. Because by the time it hits, the units will be here in this area. Let's see if the Phoenix dies in the first shot, as they always do. Nope. In the fourth shot, I think. And now this orbiter is gonna hit here. Would have liked one more hit over here. Yeah, was very high value though. So upside for the marksman and arclight player because a bunch of these small chaff gets cleared. Bolts are pretty tanky and his Mustang was way out here. Okay, EMAC for both. EMAC on the blob. EMAC here. The missile strike will keep happening here, that's why he put the shield here. Because what else is he gonna supposed to missile strike? He can missile strike the Mustangs and whatnot, but the Phoenix is a free kill. And you never know what happens to your marksmen. Sometimes they get swamped and then they can't turn and then you are very sad because you don't have anti-air on the board all of a sudden. I think it's fine to missile strike the Phoenix. Could make an argument for this blob though. Maybe here. See it? Yeah, this would be a good missile strike. Right here. Doesn't matter though, the EMP plus strike does do the job. So that's minus 100. And to be honest, EMAC on this side of the board is not as important because there's very little tech here. You still don't have tower pressure as I mentioned because of your deployment. And your opponent is so far back that the EMP will most likely wear off. A javelin. He does not pick the javelin? Interesting. Ah, he's thinking the same. Ah, there we go. So AWM does play around the javelin. I'm not sure about this smoke because this is a good bubble placement area. And HOTS is also playing around the possibility. That's awesome to see. I like this. This is peak gameplay right here. The smoke is terrible in my opinion. So it's oil. But they both respect the tungsten rod. Still no range on these Mustangs. This is so disrespectful. It's
Yeah, there's EMPs on the arc lights. So the charge shot arc light will lose both their damage buff and their range. And that is the game. Alright. So nothing too spectacular happening here, I would say. Just really weird back deployment here. I think AWM was expecting a push here because of the steel ball arclight thing. And then HOTS pulled a 201 and just deployed them in Narnia. To be fair, they still didn't do much this game, but they did some tanking and forced out a charge shot arclight, which is not the best upgrade unless you have to click it. It's a clean round 6. Okay. So that is the tournament. I will switch real quick, so don't worry about it. Stream will be cancelled for 1 second, then I will re-enable it. And then I will play some. Alright. So let's get into the games ourselves. If you have any questions, feel free to drop them. Alright, everything seems to be working. Alrighty. All interesting specs, none of them something I would love right now. Could go for the quick supply, but it has steel balls, which I don't like. Elite spec. I think I will go for the quick supply for now. Into hounds and arc sledgehammers. And he is fortified as well. Okay, this is not a good matchup for me, I would argue. I think in this case we will actually bust out the dreaded turn 1 Phoenix tactic. Like so. So we are on the line, but we have the Phoenix to win our turn 1. Well, what the hell? And he's right over there. Okay, so we're playing pretty weird deployment here. I still don't have jump drive on my Phoenix. This is no bueno. Yeah, but I will need some arc lights of some sort, I think. Although he is deploying hounds for now. So it's not really that necessary right now. But these steel balls are a little bit sad because they get dragged to the side and then they die to this huge amount of killing power. But this steel ball knows what he wants. He's trying to protect his brother. No. Did not make it. So the tower debuff is pretty redundant. Didn't do much. For sure something I could beacon. I could beacon here. And as we expect, we lose the round, but we do have Phoenix killing power, and once these Phoenixes are leveled, they are going to be even more effective against the hounds. They did not pick up a level, but they were pretty close.
Redeployment, sub-steel ball, quick teleport. Redeployment could be interesting for my opponent, I guess. Do we want to commit more into steel balls? I don't think so at the moment. I think I will skip this. I will grab Phoenix. Do we deploy Chaff this turn? Do we want crawlers? Most likely we do. Something over here to stop the tower from going down. Yeah, I think we have to do that actually. Like so. Another Phoenix. Then I will hit the mobile beacon button. On defense, nah, not really. I should have upgraded the tower. Does go for the Phoenix. He does mass produce Phoenix. Okay, okay. I see how it is. We also prevented a flank here from happening, but we will lose the tower to the Phoenix. Good thing though is we have the tower debuff ourselves online pretty fast, and then the crawlers should be able to deal with the hounds. Hopefully. Oh. Yeah, very good. Mass-produced Phoenix was a very good card here for my opponent. Now we could try to transition into a fort play to get rid of these sledges and the Phoenixes. Shield airdrop, mobile beacon. Intensive training. I think the shield airdrop could be worth something. Can drop this over here as well, in case he tries to cheese that. I'll grab an arc light on tower defense. Upgrade that one. Can we split the crawlers? Not so much. I will actually deploy a crawler in the back there as well. Then we just try to do that and hit the defense button. Just so our crawlers don't die as quickly to the hounds. If he presses the attack upgrade, we will lose a bunch of units. I think what we could do is go for hackers here. I think hackers are quite decent against this board, because all of this stuff isn't shooting that often. Unless it's hounds, but the hounds are not my main concern. They will be soon, but not at the moment. This is very sad because we're shooting so many crawlers here. Yeah, the Arclight is doing its job. Come on, now walk out of the shield. Yes, yes, yes. Now walk out. Okay, so the shield drop does do the value that I need to do. Okay. Scorpions might be the play here. Scorpions can deal with the hounds. We could also go for Fire Badger, since he is already in Phoenix. But I will argue the Scorpion is probably the stronger option in this case. The thing is, he has jump drive plays, so I think we need Mustangs or some sort of play to make sure that that the Phoenix don't get out of control. Something like this, maybe. And then we grab two Mustangs to cover our flanks. Get range, get that. Straight into tower again. I would love a upgrade on this Arclight. Nah, I'm not gonna loan for that. There is the Phantom Race. Okay, so he's going mass air pretty much. Not really sure if that's an issue for us though. We already have the Phoenixes, so we can deploy more Phoenixes to counter the Phantom Ray, and we can deploy Mustangs to deal with the mass-produced Phoenix stuff. This is some nasty tower debuff though. Ouch. Yeah, we still don't clear the chaff fast enough. So I think we still need arc lights. I think I will start selling the steel balls. They don't do enough here to warrant them staying alive, especially because of this charge shot thing. Heavy armor could be good. Yep, there's hounds as well, so I was thinking about. I will go for additional deployment slot. I think it's worth it. So we need oilage for sure. We need Mustang range. Can sneak a missile in the corner here. This one we will keep alive. And then some arc lights. To deal with the side pushes. Ah, I just missile. I was afraid of that. Actually, not that bad of a missile here. Okay, let's go for the sneaky Phantom Race. This time we got the better tower debuff. And here we go. So we have to get a unit in front here. We can't let him missile this big pack here. Okay, there is marksman. There's a Vulcan, so we can burn this entire board here. Rhinos. Rhinos might be actually something he tries to go for. We can put the rhinos in the corners to prevent that. Farsia is pretty good at clearing all this mid-range stuff. Well, though this is all killable by Fangs, pretty much. Now this is a big round. We can Phoenix backdoor him, I think. I should do that this turn. I think I need to pick the rhinos. Yep. Just in case he goes for the play, I think it's a very good play for him. And we drop this one and get more Mustangs in the middle and the interceptor to get the okay, we got the missile intercepted, not really, but the sheet got on here. Oh no, he actually prevented that play? Interesting. I'm not sure why he did that. So he's going into more marksman. I like that because the Mustangs deal fine with the marksman. We're just a little bit unlucky on the tower deployment. I think I need to upgrade the tower to level 2. I think that's a very worthwhile upgrade. And then we can go for anti-air Mustangs as well. Okay, so Phantom Rains get outscaled by Mustangs. We don't have to worry about that one. So we kept both our thingies here. Wasp Swarm is pretty good in the back here. It's also pretty good in the back here. Where do we deploy that? It's gonna get dragged to the front here. I think I'd rather have it as a defense here. Alright, I think we can sell one Rhino. I don't think he will deploy anything in this corner right now. Another unit of Mustangs. Upgrade that tower. Hit range. Lone. Then we will deploy one Phoenix back here, I think. Not sure about the beacon thing. He's going for Vulcans now, okay. So I guess we can go for Phoenix range. I'm not gonna set the steel bolts for now. The steel bolts are very good against the Vulcans, so he deployed them right in front of them. And now he's gonna realize that Mustangs with anti-air counter his entire board. The only play he has is armored race, and that is the last play that he would do, because we can counter that as well. GG. So he had some pretty good pressure here. I really liked the mass-produced Phoenix. So strong in combination with charge shot. But as soon as you get hit by this Mustang, you die. There's very little HP on these birds. And they will fold very quickly. Vulcans got absolutely owned by the steel balls. They should have been able to help out a lot, but they didn't. And then the West Swarm was the killing blow. I think I like the Scorpions too. I think the Scorpions did enough killing hounds, killing sledges. Yeah. Even third most kills on the Scorpion. We didn't overcommit, but we respected the hounds. I didn't want to go into charge shot arclights, and I maneuvered around doing that. All right. Bobbles. Have not seen this player before, I think. At least I don't remember. Okay, this looks not very promising. We can go Mars Marksman, Mustang, Rhino with Hounds, Farsia. I guess the Farsia? Yeah, I don't like this, but cost control aggro. Now what do we deploy into that? So we can go for the vertical sledge play. I think we will go for backfield marksman. What kind of chaff do we want? Do we want fangs? I think so. Something like this. K deploys outside, but I don't agree with that. I will get pulled to the sides if he does that. Same here. You could argue putting the sledges a little bit more to the side as well. Never mind, he's not doing a normal deployment anyway. Alright. Doesn't matter, our setup is completely fine for standard play as well. It's just sledges are vertical instead of horizontal, and that's absolutely fine. Because the arc lights will start shooting the sledges, which is not very useful when the D-bolts are locking on. And then we have our marksman doing the DPS here. And again, cost control. Really, really weak units. Let's hope there's no wasp swarm. Nope. Okay. Haste module, photon coating. I could go for photon coating on the sledges. I could go haste module on the marksman. This is all some really weird stuff. I guess he's gonna go Mustangs now. We don't need the 50 for anything, so I'm not... Let's take the haste. Alright. We did get away with no arc lights for a turn, but I don't want to repeat that. I would rather deploy some. And we will grab another unit of fangs. Actually, I want them a little bit closer to the double arc light front. Okay, so he's going pretty normal and he's deploying more crawlers. That's why we deployed the arc lights. We don't want to deal with the crawlers outside of that. Oh, nice lock on in the middle with our haste module. And we can one-shot this steel ball. Almost? Nah, not entirely. This is a very speedy marksman for sure. Yeah, benefits us quite well because he's in the middle, he can shoot left, right, center, he can reach tower. He's level 2 now, and once he has range, he's not gonna be as dangerous when he runs to the front. Nothing on Mr. Cost Control. Alright. Shield airdrop, most likely the play here. A little bit more to the middle. I think we will skip one round by deploying more marksmen. And some more fangs. I want to see what the unit drop brings before I deploy more arc lights. And if there's nothing interesting, I can still drop the... Okay. I can still drop the something something. Why did he do that in a shield drop round? I'm very uncertain about that play. Okay, this is a good play, for sure. And I guess he will get my tower, because he played the flank cheese here. Oh, my poor shield. Still, he invested 100 in that round, and to be honest, it's not that big of a deal. I do have a Farseer, I do have a Sabertooth that I can use to break this shield. I can also deploy Phoenixes if I like to. Although I am already in the Marksman. I think I just deploy Wasp here. So Wasp on the flank. Wasp on the flank. And some splitting Wasp. And then next up I will boil the middle here. We'll keep the Farseer around here so it gets stalled out a little bit. Then we deploy more fangs. So he doesn't do anything weird again with his rockets. And then we get another unit of crawlers on the other side of the map. And we hit attack just so we can get rid of the shield a little bit faster. Yeah, he's invested into investing 100 every round. This is fine with me. I can absolutely live with that. So now we could get rid of the shield and these balls will not pressure my tower. The wasp will meet in the middle. But I do have a Farseer in support. Then the only thing we have to deal with are these crawlers. And since he upgraded the crawlers now, we can go for a Vulcan play next turn. He will not gain anything from this round because we have the wasp and the Farseers. And that's that. Alright, a very good round for me, I would say. Laser sights, tank production, Rhino assault. Rhino assault against me doesn't work. I could Rhino assault the flank and kill all of his crawlers, or I could go tank production for the Vulcan, or a laser sight. I think the laser sight is correct here. So I sell out of the Farseer. Get the Vulcans. A little bit awkward deployed here for Vulcan play, but that's fine. Take all the upgrades. Do we need to missile anything? Could missile that, but to be honest, it's not such a big deal after all. I will missile the middle, just in case he does go for the Rhino drop. Ooh, oil on me. Okay, that's pretty effective. Because I'm most likely gonna burn myself. Come on, Vulcan, don't do it. Don't do it. Nice, nice. So far, Vulcan with the, thanks to the laser sights, is not doing it. Very good, very good. Get stuck on the steel balls. No, now it's time, I think. I would say that was as good as it's gonna get, but it was still very close. Okay. Was so invested in that I didn't watch anything else. That's obviously bad. Okay, so here's some Mustangs in the back now. He did keep all his wasp. That's a little bit weird. We also now have Fortress, Wraith, and Raiden. So I'm thinking Fortress most likely the best candidate here. So the other units get stuck. And then range the Vulcans. Get another one. Then we're gonna deploy our own shield drop here. And that's it. If he still keeps the freaking Wasp and he goes for a shield play or something, I will drop my own Mustangs. So he goes into fort play now, okay. I guess in that case we will probably have to get something to deal with the forts, so meta play. This is a pretty bad turn for us, because our Vulcans get stuck on the fortress. The job working out a little bit better for him. We also can't break the shield. Improved Melta orbital bombardment. I think the bombardment will help us out. Question is where? I think more likely here. Sell out of the fort. Drop double Melta. This turn I will missile that. Have to shield that for sure. Do we go for a second shield or do we deploy another Fang? Because Fangs will be pretty relevant here. I think I will deploy Fangs. He does not shield that. My goodness. That is some Omega greed right there. There we go. Get punished. That's exactly what we needed this turn. Okay, we can go for Scorch next, because there's so many targets that the Vulcans can't even kill all of them. We can also go for double shot for some DPS if we want to. And his arcline plan is completely out of the window. This is not happening in this game. Okay. So now we have oil turn, so if he doesn't shield that again, he's beyond dead. Intense training is most likely worth it. So we can make a Giga Vulcan here. I will just straight up oil the middle. I think that is enough. Shielded Fangs for sure. He doesn't have oil this turn, which is really nice for us. And more Shielded Fangs. Okay, anything else we need to do? Need to sell something. What do we sell? We sell the Arclight, right? Why do we need to sell? Because we need to hit enhanced range, for sure. And that's it. Okay, he does shield, but he shields on the wrong side, so the fire will most likely ignite because we have huge range on the Vulcans. Now look at this range. This guy can range these crawlers in the corner, my goodness. Yeah. I should have hit the Scorch, I think. So now he's coming in with Subterraneans, he's going full speed. see if the Vulcans can make it. There's also EMPs on the Arclights now. So maybe Scorch not even that good. But when everything is said and done, we have shielded Fangs in the back. So I hope that will enable us to get the marksman on the Arclight. Yeah. Alright. GG, well played. To be fair, I think this was the last turn here that he had. If I get to deploy crawlers here, I think he dies because we get a loose crawler into Arclight. And also Scorching Fire, I think, would have killed the units even faster. More marksmen, also doable. We didn't have any answer to the Wasp. That was the big thing here. I think we should have hit either Fangs or deployed some Mustangs. We could deploy Mustangs here, so they get dragged to the flank, and then they move back over here and try to attack the Wasp. Because he was really stubborn on these Wasp and did not sell them. So my poor marksmen were shooting Wasp. Yeah, but other than that, it was just the Vulcans outscaling the Arclights. Got a new avatar frame. I like this one. I would love to get this. Alright, I will do one more. Not sure if I want to do 2 vs 2 or 1 vs 1. I think 1 2 vs 2. Last time we were playing really bad. And on my main account and then on this account I played pretty good, but my teammates did something. Every single teammate I got that day were playing Stormcaller and Shields into loose. That was their entire game plan. Then the opponents got Phoenixes on the board, and he answered that with Siege Scorpion. Because he was absolutely incapable of killing one Vulcan on the board, and then he obviously did not win against the Phoenixes. Oh, look at this, got a good win streak today, right? 2 here, 1 here, 1 here. Lost a lot of games yesterday. But it's fine. We are approaching 1900, and if we get that, we will switch back to the main account. I think I have a pretty decent grasp of what is going on at the moment, so should be good. Alright. Does not look like we're getting anything matched today. Alrighty. Speed spec Fortified Rhino training. I don't like any of these. Think I will try training. Because at least we get some Mustangs on the board. Into steel balls and arc lights. Quick supply. My opponent's area spectre. That's nice from the Mustangs, I guess. What do we want to do? I don't think I want to deploy the intensive training on my doggy. I would rather have that on a Mustang. But that means we can't upgrade the Mustang this turn. Do we grab arc lights? Do we grab marksman? Do we grab chaff? I think I will go for the marksman. This looks really scuffed, but I believe. I believe in the intense training. So my teammate has a arc light in the middle. I think that's enough. Don't think need much more than that. Then I will stagger these hounds a little bit. Yeah, that's exactly why you don't deploy over here, because this will happen. This is just a issue of this map, although his Arclight will join his find and then these fangs will go over there. Obviously it would have been better to have a crawler here so we actually get tower pressure at some point, but you know, can't get everything. I think this went pretty well. We can't win against the Arclights yet, but I think for a turn 1 as weak as our Mustangs, this is perfectly fine. And then he loses because spiders outperform his... I'm not sure what he picked for his quick supply spec if he spent his money. My goodness, this game. Okay. Finally got them. Because this looks like a Stormcaller must buy for me. He did. Oh no, oh no. Sabertooth. This is a great Stormcaller board. He's a Saber believer, I guess. Okay, mass-produced Phoenix is good here, I would say. It's not good for my opponent. Because his L-spec. E-Mag, also cool. Advanced shield device, not so much. Now, 2 vs 2 players are very, very weird, so he might actually pick the try to shield this. So I'm going to try to hit that. Get the Mustang online. And then sadly, because we can't deal with the crawlers very well, we still have to put down an arc light. I guess I will put another Mustang on the board. It will get wrecked here though. A little bit afraid of this tower here, to be honest. I'm gonna deploy the Mustangs for here for now. He does not do that, but he does go for the flank. I was thinking about putting an arc light here to prevent this from happening, but if the crawler was here, it's actually way scarier. This way the steel balls just get dragged to the side and they die to the Mustangs. This is absolutely fine with me. Then this arc light gets locked onto this arc light, so we get to kill it for free with the Mustangs. Okay, kill that ball, please. Thank you. Yeah, this is a huge disaster on this turn, but at least he stalls it out for 2 turns with the oil. But as soon as that oil runs out, we will have some problems. I think the doggies are doing fine in this case. Good defense. Stay away from the tower. There we go. Okay, so we're doing fine without Mustang range 2, which is great. Vulcan. Now, we didn't deploy many Arcanites yet, but I think a Vulcan would be pretty cool here. He does not run armor on his bolts either, so I think we are going for that. This is all cool drops for him too, because he's a area spec. But on the other hand, he will get these unlocks for free anyway, so not sure if he enjoys that quite as much. So we will keep on leveling this Gigastang. And I think it's finally time for some chaff, because we have very little in front. And then we can wait for his response. I think I might actually missile this, because I didn't even see that, but that's a misposition, I think. Like so. Oh, we actually hit the Vulcan jackpot. Okay. So I guess we have to do something about Vulcan spam then. Good thing is, our units are already more interesting in a mirror fight here. But we do have one less Vulcan, and then this Vulcan will feed on my poor Mustangs, because they don't have range. Very sad. But thanks to the marksman support, I think we got it. Come on, Mustangs. Nice. Okay, so Mustang range is a must-have now. There's a big Phantom Race coming that get missiled. Did not manage. Big Mustang. Almost got it. No, he doesn't. Okay. And there's a spider coming as well. Okay. Never mind then. Good XP from the Mustangs though. Subbed Mustang and a nuke. I think a nuke is quite good in this situation, because his movements are not really existent. And then for us, we will shield this as well. It's a very, very expensive turn though. But I believe. And then we will use this situation to deploy more chaff. And do we loan for Mustang range? Because I really, really don't want the Vulcans to feed on the Mustangs. On the other hand, they might actually stand in the nuke and just die this turn. So, against my better judgment, I will actually deploy another marksman. And now we pray to Jeebus that these frickin' shields do hold up. He does not shield my Gideons. Okay, let's hope our teammate does not screw this up, because we have a huge tempo round coming up here. Okay, nuked half of his board. Oh, my teammate also did it. But this does not look like a Spider killing army. Let's hope the Saber can do it. Okay, Saber does it. Okay, that's gonna hurt them big time. And if we get to use those nukes again, we can do a double nuke round later. As I said, his board does not look very promising in killing Tarantula. Still, I have double shield value, so I made 200 this round. And I have EMP coming up. Portable shield, electromag. Can we do that? We might. Mobilize battleship 2. Can we mobilize the Overlul? I think so. And we will drop that right in front of the tower. And I will actually try to missile the doggy. This is a wild game, for sure. Okay. We can't level our marksman. I think this is the time we loan. We have so much stuff to deploy and to protect and whatnot. We'll do another Fang for later. One more Mustang and that's it, I think. See? You don't understand this, okay. Whatever that means. Yeah, Overlul is doing exactly what we wanted to. Snipe one tower to help out our teammate who is struggling to kill these tarantulas. And then the second shot helps us out and trying to get rid of these shields, which is why we leveled the marksman, by the way. I'm a little bit afraid that we don't have the DPS to deal with the Vulcans. And now we're losing a bunch of units. Very sad. Right, does teammate... Oh, he almost lost the ROM still. Holy moly. Now that is a pretty big blunder, I have to say. But this situation is solvable. We just need a tank and we need a melter to deal with that. But I'm very sad that the with a tower debuff that he couldn't still win. Maybe I got cheesed again. But at least my Overlord drop tanks the entire round. Vulcan's Descent. All the spells. Right there. He might drop that on me. I really would like a melting point here. But we are very, very low on money. What can we do? We can put down a oil. Try to buy some tempo. Level the Vulcan. Drop another shield. Get the Giga Mustangs going again. Super late Fang. Okay, yep, there's the Vulcan. not sure if I could play around this. So the Vulcans both deal with our backlines. Yeah, I did actually kill it, but we have the problem with the front line. We have to get a multi-melter out. Or any air whatsoever would also deal fine. The problem is my teammate is losing his side so hard that we can't finish. I would have put down a war factory like 2 years ago if I knew that we would be able to win. But we would have been punished and died last turn, for sure. So steel balls with armor are decent. It's 381 damage though. And into a overlord drop as well. Overlord is very, very expensive if I want to tech that. I think I will try to make the play that I wanted to do earlier. Lock onto that. Lock onto that. Get range. And hopefully if he drops a overlord we have the Mustang. I would have loved an Emissary Interceptor. Interceptor would be so good against the Stormcaller and the Overlord. Yeah, there it is. Let's hope it gets stalled out by the Typhoons. Because everything else is working out quite fine. Nice, nice. Overlord is still shooting at my Mustangs. Of all things. Ah, the Vulcan though, now it's gonna roast half of my team. That was really, really close to being super over. Yeah, but as you can see, it doesn't matter at all. My teammate has nothing on the board that can deal with this kind of stuff. And neither do I, because I'm not playing against the Phantom Race spam. Yep. I think this game was over disregardless of what I did. I could have gone into Raiden's, but Raiden's actually not that good into this kind of board. So my buddy over here was due for like 10 years of Raiden gameplay, but instead he's running Ignite Vulcans, which doesn't do anything. And then these get one shot by the guy as well. It was a very interesting thing. I never played a ground comp against a ground comp on a Vulcan mirror. So the plan was getting in front with absorption and energy diffraction and get the Vulcan out of here. But still, I think one Missile Interceptor would have done this. Yeah. 2 times we had the nuke, we had all the spells, and yeah. Unfortunately, the teammate shit the bed too early, and we were not getting back to our spells. That's the big downside of having spells in this 2 versus 2 matchup. If you do not deal enough damage with the spell, you had a huge disadvantage because you invested into a one-time thing. 2 versus 2 rounds do not go long enough to get value from a second nuke, for example. Now you saw the tempo we got was humongous, but our teammate did not get any value from his nuke, so we were down 700 and we did not make it far enough to get a reload on the nuke, which is obviously a long, long time. Alright. Now we have the big chin on our side, the Habsburger chin. Interesting. Giant spec. Do we want to play some giants? I would love to play some War Factory finally, but these matchups are not very suited for War Factory gameplay. Yeah, let's take the giant spec. I usually don't like this, but in this kind of matchup, a Stormcaller is strong on 2 vs 2 and a giant spec is decent, let's say. So he's now going for the greed pack and the other guy's giant spec. Okay. So I guess this is a Arclight start. Unfortunately, I would like to go into Vulcan, but to be honest, I don't see how I beat this without. Okay. Looks like a solid board here. And there's also Mustangs. What the hell? Okay. Now, if he wants to go into this range kind of matchup, we can just skip the Vulcan and just go for worm gameplay. I did not see any melters, otherwise I would know what kind of tech he has. So I have to watch out for that. Yeah. As you can see, without the Arclight, we would have some trouble clearing this stuff, because there's too many Mustangs left. You could argue maybe we could have gotten away with a Fang deploy, because the Stormcallers still wreck Mustangs. But early damage in 2 vs 2, always a good idea. So now we are on equal HP values. Okay, we got Tarantula, we got Wasp, Typhoon, Phoenix. None of these units I would like in the late comp. He has Mustangs, so Wasp is not an option. Could go for Tarantula and sell later. We do lack anti-air at the moment, so gotta get something on there. We could go for the Typhoon in that case. Yeah, I guess I will go for the Typhoon for now. We'll say that later. Now what do we unlock? Probably forts, and I want him to have forts. Or do we need fangs? I think 2 more crawlers is fine because he's starting Mustangs, so might as well. Not spending the 100, I think. Oh, wrong side, unfortunate. I thought the... Oh no, no, what is this? Why am I going to the side? What the hell is this targeting? Why do my crawlers want to go to that side? This is really weird, but I mean, it's gonna get rid of the Wasp at least. Okay, this is 2 vs 2 gameplay right here. So my teammate gets to deal with the Wasp. And yeah. He does have a Typhoon, okay. That's so weird. This crawler attracts this crawler? I mean, okay. Portable shield. Advanced shield devices. Efficient giant manufacturing, I guess. Okay. Now what do we want to deploy first? I think Vulcan is in order. And I will sell out of the other shelf clear options. He is role playing for sure. Do we miss out that? I guess we can. He's selling that. It's actually fine. I think I will have this as a flank backup for a long time, because we are covering both of our flanks with one rocket. Oh, he actually bought the fortress. That's good to know for me. Right, so we can go into Milters anytime we want. So I don't think that's such an issue for us. He has marksman forts too, huh? But he does not have the launcher overload, so he's not shooting that fast. He's just very, very slowly shooting, but very long range. So Chaff is gonna be more effective against him. And since he is into Mustangs, we might actually go for the crawler spam. Crawler with subterranean sounds pretty good. Good into arc lights as well. Wasp Swarm. Yeah, I guess he's gonna go for Wasp Swarm. Here or here. Iron Blast though. Very strong spell. Acid Blast, also very strong spell. Nothing really to iron over there. I guess I will take the Wasp Swarm and just deploy it defensively, like so. Alright, what do we want to do about the fortress? I guess it's Melter. He's gonna iron beam me though, isn't he? Let's be a little bit more careful. Do we want to do any upgrades yet? Sure. Yep, there's the iron beam. A very odd direction for an iron beam, but might actually do it. Alright. So in the end, not a very close game. This is gonna be interesting. Lots of Asian players today. But I'm not sure how this guy with the number plays even at 1700. He did not perform on either side, not on mine, not on theirs. No clue what he was planning to do. This is not the specs that I want. Guess we're going Rhino? So we get some money later? Yeah, sure. I really dislike this pack, but oh no, not into Tarantula. Good thing he does have the Tarantula, but he does have the Arclight Star. That's not much better, and it's even training spec. Ugh. What can we do about that? The thing is, we can't deploy just more marksmen or something. We probably have to go for Arclights ourselves, because we don't have any wave clear. Hmm. Are we going for the Fangs to stall out? Okay, I guess we're going with Mustangs pretty far in the back, so they come in as late as possible. The marksman kind of in the back, kind of the middle. And like this. Ooh, he's going symmetrical. I've not seen that in a while, like, he not level anything? This is some advanced gameplay here right now. I have no idea what is happening. Oh, so close. On the other hand, it's a saber-tooth shooting fangs, so it doesn't matter if it's tower T-buffed or not. Alright, marksman. Prepare to die. Oh, the last shot. Oh well. That happens when you pick Mustangs turn 1. That's not really a play. Extended range marksman. Good for later, terrible for now because we will lose stats. We could go for Stormcallers here because Stormcallers are very good into this kind of board. But we cannot do that if we pick extended range marksman. A conundrum. He of course goes for this. Looks like a 201, so he has to pick that. This guy will most likely have this as well. This is iffy. Okay, I guess we will pick it. I might actually deploy a Mustang in the middle to clear these fangs. And stall out this push a little bit at least. We could also go for a rocket, but it doesn't really help that much. Yeah, I think a Mustang is in order. He's going for a 45. Huh. Interesting. Okay, even more fangs. This is great. We can play the Mustang board pretty nicely here because he doesn't deploy any crawlers, which is a big problem that my board usually should have. And now the Sabertooth hopefully will take some time to kill these Mustangs. But the big problem is he has training spec, so he has a big Sabertooth that we can't kill because our marksmen are very, very weak at the moment just due to the range spec. Yeah, I'm not sure. He's losing this disregardless of what he does. He already has a back deployment and he's trying to play standard with the with that combo. We both have specialists that don't do anything right now, so we're really, really behind on tempo. Wraith is an answer to cheese back some tempo, but other than that, I don't think. Scorpion, pretty decent. We have anti-air, so we don't have to pick the Phoenix, even though it's the best against the Saber. I think I like the Scorpion. So we're going for Mustang range. Get another Fang here, so it defends the tower. And the time is nigh. What else do we have? I think attack buff is fine here. Benefits the Mustangs a bunch. And the idea is we need more damage. At the moment we have the correct units, we just don't have enough levels and the necessary damage. Okay, there's a blind Scorpion in the middle. The only thing that this Scorpion is good for is tanking and killing my own Scorpion. Okay, this Scorpion is already locked in, this is nice. Very good. Then this Scorpion is gonna get poked by a marksman until it dies, hopefully. Oh, oh, oh. Can we make the turn? Nice. And then these Fangs did their job in delaying this Sabertooth from reaching tower. And this looks like a comp finally. Nice, this marksman even kills the Sabertooth, which will level him, and as soon as we get marksman level, this will turn. And my dude also won because of the Scorpion. Nice. Scorpion's benefiting us way more here than the opponents. Haste module, mass produced, and missile strike. Decent missile strike here. Can get rid of their chaff clear here, which is really nice because we have units that profit from that. Haste module, obviously the OG best damage item on the Mustang. I might get missile striked here. Okay, do we keep the Rhino? I don't think we do, because there's so much single target damage. We could put it in the flank though. Do we want that? I think it's worthwhile doing because I don't need to have more money this turn. I think I'm fine with this as is. I guess 2 more marksmen and then we have the unholy trinity of marksmen finished. Another Fang unit. to annoy them. He does missile strike. That's a pretty good one, but not too major. Oh no, he deployed another Sabertooth. Okay, did not expect that one. But nevertheless, we distracted a bunch of crawlers, and I already said we have trouble killing crawlers at the moment. Oh, this Mustang died rather quickly. Did he get missile strike as well? It might actually. Okay, so the Scorpion is no longer. Yeah, there's a clear chaff clear problem here that needs solving since a few rounds. But we were lucky that he deployed so many fangs. He also went for shielded fangs, my goodness. Was that alone? Unfortunately, cannot click the tower. It's Batman. Very good Scorpion levels for him. Teammate is picking up for sure. Fire Badger can kind of answer the chaff problem, but not really. However, I think I will take the sledges to make sure that the Saberteeth have something to do, since he sold the Scorpion. So we get some kind of medium chaff for later. And then we will sell the Rhino, as I said. It was just a try to get more deployments over there. Now I don't know how the Scorpion matchup is. 135 on the Saber. So we do outrange the Sabertooth, but just barely. So we get marksman techs online now. Two more Mustangs. Actually a lot more because of the shielded fangs. I will even hit the range. Okay. He's going for armored Phantom Race, which is not that great into a bunch of marksmen, to be honest. So we can go for anti-air if we want to. Just so we target them down rather quickly. Or we just hit double shot so we get some more DPS on the board in general. And his problem is the Saberteeth still can't debuff Mustangs. The Mustangs hard counter the Saberteeth. So we buy a lot of time with the sledges and then with the Mustangs, and then finally he will get to attack the marksman, but then it's already too late. Yeah. I would say we are playing our comps. Alright. Iron Beam onto the Oilage. Probably the correct play. A tad more forward, I would say. Not sure how fast the Saberteeth are. Alright. What else do we got? We could hit the level 3 upgrade, because we're still lacking a little bit of damage. But I think I will go for the double shot. Or do we hit EMP? I think EMP deals fine, because the Mustangs will evaporate the Phantom Rays if they lock on. And it can deal with the Saberteeth as well. I think there's arguments for both. I'm gonna go for the double shot for now. And then other than that, more Ciaffaroni. Maybe even one in front here in case they go for a weird missile play. Which 2-2 players love to do. So I think it's warranted. Missile? No. Wiguchi. Alright. Let's see if I didn't miss it. It's okay. It doesn't have to kill them, to be honest. I just need them as damaged as much as I can to get the marksman locked. It was okay, I'd say. Okay. Is the Vulcan gonna burn the oil? It might. There is a Fang walking onto the oil. Nope. Okay. Did not manage to kill everything. Alright. I'm pretty straightforward, but you can see the Fang shield, even though he got it so early, still did a lot of value. I completely lost that round earlier. What is this? This is Scorpion Mania versus Sledge Scorpion Arclight something. Where's the chaff? It's like 3 chaff units here. That's a true elite player right there. Chaff is expensive, gotta buy Arclights. Alright. This is supercharged Arclight. Look at this Arclight. Holy moly. He was farming the fangs and all that stuff. Okay. Good old 2 versus 2. It's fun though, that's why I like this mode. It's a little bit more janky than the 1 versus 1 gameplay, but it's still, I think, lots of fun. It's even more fun if you have a pre-mate. But my pre-mate does not play very often at the moment. Alrighty. Welcome to the new viewers, by the way. Was it raid by any chance? Hang on, hang on. I never see this kind of stuff because my setup for streaming is pretty lackluster, let's say. Was it Rally? If it was you, Rally, thank you very much for the raid. I do not have anything like pop-ups and whatnot that tells me that something happened. I just see the increase in viewers. But if it was you, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Hope you had an enjoyable day. Is there any way to make this thing show up? I gotta figure that out. As I said, I'm a pretty noob streamer in this kind of stuff. Oh, look at that. That looks like some pre-mates to me. Muad'Dib and Stiligar. Very nice, very nice. Alright. So we can play the new Fire Badger. See how we like that one on turn 1. The rest is pretty meh. Could go for training spec with the spider setup. I actually like this one more because it has way more HP than the Fire Badger. I think I will go for the training. I haven't played spiders in a while, and I think intense spiders are pretty fun, and this is why I haven't played the spiders. Freaking saber teeth everywhere. Okay, what can we do about that? We could deploy a few fangs. Do we want to play standard into this? Supply and giant spec. And we have fire badger and training spec. I could just do this for now. I think we will transition this into a standard game then, because the saber teeth are not very good at that, and I think the tarantula is in a better position if it's not on the line when we have saber teeth coming in. So we leave a very obvious Vulcan-shaped hole. I think I want the fangs a little bit closer. I'm not quite sure if it's a good idea. Okay, so he's playing standard as well. Didn't do anything with his supply, I assume. Mr. Fire Badger is just running it down mid with the Hound Badger combo. But should enable his Stormcallers to do pretty well. We lose a spider, but it's to be expected. This is actually really nice because I can deploy Chaff here, and then the Stormcaller of my teammate can help me clear the Sabertooth while we have superiority on this side. Yeah, very nice, very nice. So we can stall this out so the Stormcaller gets to do its job. Just didn't want to waste any chaff on turn 1. Underground is must pick. Do we drop underground for him? Do we drop underground on ourselves? Did my teammate pick that? Oh, he did not. Okay, we have some trouble here. So I wanted to deploy chaff here anyway, so I guess we do that with the drop for this turn. We're gonna do the marksman gun line yet again. We also want some chaff in the middle. I'm not sure about this one. If they drop the crawlers over here, I'm in trouble, I think. Although these units are very far away. My teammate deployed badgers over here. Can they protect me? I think this one is better, but I'm not sure about this. Okay, he does do it defensively as well. Good thing, good thing. So there is sledge carry gaming going on the other side. And then on this side nothing is happening at all. Huh. Good day to be a tarantula and chaff clear, but we unfortunately do not have the second wave of chaff onto our tarantula in time. So we will lose out in that trade. We win the mid again, very convincingly too, but we need some proper chaff over here. And we're going to do that with a Vulcan transition most likely, unless there's something different. Where's my marksman going? Okay. He's going on a little adventure. My Gideons. Units everywhere. But they are pretty far behind on tempo now. And this board is also weak to Stormcaller, so I could even go that. Look at this. Do we want to go that route? If I skip, I get 100 extra though. And Vulcans with 35% less health is not that cool. Could also go for Elite Mustang. Ah, frick it, I will do it. Sell a big boy. So this turn is gonna suck, but next turn is gonna be pretty good. What do we deploy? Most likely more chaff, because we are lacking some of that. We oil that. Get chaff in the middle, so our teammate doesn't have to do that all alone. And then we save the 200 for later. Ooh, he does pick the sheet drop on the correct round, okay. Not sure if we can break through that. That's why I was thinking Stormcallers. Maybe I should have listened to myself and just dropped Stormcallers right then. I'm really terrible with the spy positioning here. I should have deployed those a little bit further back. That was a big mistake. Okay, so this side is still doing fine. This side not so much. But that's what was my mistake. I didn't see the shield airdrop as a possibility when it was offered, and such the oil play made no sense. And my teammate also dies to a wasp. Okay. Melting point is actually good here for me. We'll acquire melting point. Get the Vulcan out. I think we will keep them together for now. Do we deploy another Vulcan? I think so. So the last thing we are missing is some range on both the Vulcan and the Melter. But apart from that, I think this looks better than the last setup. Really not sure about this extended range Vulcan. I've never played this card since the nerf. So this is a good game to test it out. Oh, look at this. Very cute. He did not react to this at all. A unit of fangs. That's not gonna cut it, buddy. Okay. Even the Wraith is a little bit wonky, because we have to get the Wasp out of the shield. Yeah, exactly. He's thinking about it. Look at this flank. Okay. Phantom Race for our dude. Again, I don't mind, because we have Marksman. Should be okay for us. Vulcans deal with the chaff. Melter is getting overloaded with mid-sized units though. But it does stand up to the saber teeth for now, because it's level 2. Oh. As I said, it gets sniped. But it looks much better than last round, and we are still in the transitioning phase, so... Come back, Foss here. Nice. I wanted some of that XP. Okay. Look at that. Laser sights, nano repair. What is better in our case? Nano repair? Very strong. Laser sights though is like incredible amount of range on this Vulcan. I think I have to go that one. Gonna get a shield online. Another melter. Get the marksman. Do we sell anything? I think our board is very lean. There's nothing that I would necessarily need to sell. Kind of hard to say. I think I will loan and do this. Ah, unfortunate. I didn't expect him to shield this though, even with Orbiter coming up. So neither of us picked Orbiter here. Did he go for the... Huh. Not quite sure what is happening here, but it's okay. Okay, so the secondary armament is actually doing a great amount of damage to me. So we don't have enough killing power to kill the big guys. Stage Gaming is currently winning. Shield is still alive, by the way. It's a very good Wraith, but it's not good enough against the Fast here. Okay, I think it's time to... Oh, yeah, bring out the big guns, I was gonna say. This is pretty much how I envisioned that. So we have a crawler spawn that we can pull out. I think I will do that. I will try to fight this a little bit more split up, I should say. Like so, and then some later chaff as well. So ranging the melters. Then I think it's time for shielded fangs as well. Let's put this a little bit more to the side so it doesn't walk forward too fast. But it's a very good answer into Phantom Ray, into Hounds, into Saber Teeth. I think this is the correct one. He has so many medium-sized units. I have the Melter for the big Kahunas and the Sheet Break, and now we can go for Raiden. Yeah, there we go. There's some Wormage. Good thing we have the Crawlers. And he's shielding every single round. But now we get the big XP boost on all of our units. Very nice. There's the worm coming right into the melter. That was an excellent crawler spawn. How are we doing here? Oh, fine, I would say. Nano Wraith is really nasty too. And he does have feed maintenance. Alright. GG, well played. Oh, they already left. This looks some major smurfage, to be honest. They have very little combat power and they play with their same names. Do I say playing on a smurf? But to be honest, my smurf is within 1 day the smurf is the same MMR as the rest, so it's not really the reason why I play on it. I'm not playing it to get easier games or anything like that. Okay. I will do one more, but I have to take a quick toilet break. So let's see if we get a good game here. What the hell is this? 2 versus 2 tournament? Cool. So I guess we can spec that real quick. Alright, let's see what's going on here. Look very, very dead. Some very high leveled units, to be honest, for 2 vs 2. The thing is, in 2 vs 2 you can die with 3600 HP, no problem. So we'll see, we'll see. So Cyan has a full fortress smelter set up. Oh, this is this ugly map, that's why we are... Archer is playing Mustang something Arclight, not really carry crawler stuff. And who's this? Bratwurst? Yeah, Bratwurst is playing this for sure. This is, you can see, you can always tell if it's Bratwurst if there's a bunch of hackers on board. I respect that. I love me some hackers. Although he did press the bubble upgrade, that I do not appreciate. And as always, when Bratwurst is playing, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units that you want to hack on the entire board. My Gideons. But clearly the other guys are not 2 vs 2 players as well, otherwise they would have stuff deployed over here. This map is very, very imbalanced, unfortunately. But how does this board lose? Was there some sort of cheese going on? Some redeployments? Not really. Maybe because of the Wraith? Looks like a big fat loss to me. And there's burning oilage, so Mustang board can't expect anything. It's GG. Alright, I'll have a look at it later. I have not spectated the 2 vs 2 tournaments yet. And it's also not always worth it, because there's very few people that can actually play 2 vs 2 at a decent capacity. Most of these are just very good 1 vs 1 players that now keep playing on the 2 vs 2 stuff. Which is absolutely fine. I think it's great that the 2 vs 2 mode gets some more attention. Same for the survivor. Because I think all of these of the general game modes that Mechabellum has are playable. Some are better than others, but in terms of just normal playage, just great. The only thing they need is balancing for free for all and 2 vs 2 and some stuff like that, separate to that one of the main game. I don't think they want to do that, but the game modes are so different that it's very wild changes happening just to the amount. But now I realize why we have such long queue times, because there's all the 2 vs 2 players on the tournament. Oh no. The poor guy. Alright, let's see if we can beat it. I do not have very high hopes, but we will always try. Most of this stuff looks terrible. Maybe amplify? Sure. Stormcaller Spider, sounds like a good matchup. And there's another Spider. Giant spec though. Interesting. So I guess we will use the cores. What else do we want against spiders? I guess we can just go for the marksman. Pretty much standard deployment. Sure. So he's going slightly asim, but this looks like a tarantula non-commit cell into giants, as you should expect from a giant spec. So our hope is that there is going to be a giant drop that benefits us before he can unlock it, so to speak. But for now he has a good advantage with the spiders and the chaff. We don't have any chaff. So we gotta hurry and get a bunch of fangs online. It does have shooting squad and elite marksman. I think I should have deployed my units all on one side. I think into spider you should always do that. What the hell was that? There's some weird shooting happening here. That. Who is shooting across the screen here? Oh, my poor sledge. Oh. Marksman, please. Oh no, this is worst case scenario. Come on, kill the spider. Oh. Really, really low spider too. God damn. Alright, shield airdrop most likely. Extended range war factory. Could go for that, but he's giant spec, so not the best idea for me. We'll drop that in the middle, just outside of tower range. Other than that, we will just get, as I already alluded to, a bunch of fangs, more fangs, and more fangs. Okay, this is looking like some basic deployment. Again, also he should be deploying on one side, because if the tarantula is on the other side, the storms perform very well, and if they're on the same side, the storms perform very well. So I think we both made an oopsie there. Here's supply spec, okay. So we can't beat that shield, but neither can he. It's gonna be interesting. Defense upgrade on the tower. So what we need here is a big damage unit to break the tarantula and the shields, because he's playing very, very disrespectful at the moment. On the plus side, we are dealing pretty well with this tarantula in this case. should get dealt with, and then the Arclight can switch to the crawlers, hopefully. Oh no. Okay. It did it, and now in tower debuff we hopefully take out the Tarantula. Oh no. There's a lot of enemy units coming, but we have the marksman. Can we do it? Oh. We can. Alright, so we tanking off some of the tempo that our dude here loses. But unfortunately the shield is still alive. There is the melting point. I think I will just straight up grab that, because he's in giant spec, so might as well grab that, counter the Tarantula, and be done with it. So the destroyer of shields has arrived. Okay. So there was Wasp in the drop. Question is, do we respect that and build some Mustangs? Because there's a bunch of Fangs over here, I shouldn't expect anything there. I think we will disrespect it for one round by deploying a boatload more of Fangs. To prepare for late game and make sure that we can keep up. I will also promote the Sledgy, I think. Or do we? It's pretty dead supply though. I like the shield as well. I think I will do it again. There's another Tarantula here. Okay. Good for me. There's steel balls. Not good for me. But now we have the shield assassin on duty. And there goes the shield. Alright. Steel balls very painful here. Melta not getting targeted though. Now it is. Ah, that steel ball almost killed my poor shield. Level 2 fast here, very OP. Yeah, level 2 tower, that's why I didn't level the Sledgy here. There's no way we will kill this tower anytime soon. I didn't actually expect him to commit even more to the flank, but if he does that, that's fine with me. I think we can sell out of this side then. Elite Hacker. Also very good into Steel Ball and Tarantula. I think that's worth picking here. Then we're gonna go for the sell the Sledge. Pick up the Hacker. Range that. And then another chaff unit for later. Alright, that should be a pretty good turn. We are still lacking in chaff clear because of our poor Arclights. I like his place here. This Fang was long overdue, and I don't have any Mustangs yet, so Fangs are very, very worthwhile for him. Don't like the steel balls, but he doesn't know I have Hacker yet. This looks a little bit scuffed, this board, but it's still fine, I think. Ooh, he's into light manufacturing though. Both of them. So they will make some quick bank. The movements are so goddamn slow. Right, so now we're hacking the steel boards, which is very nice. Because we don't have that much damage on the board at the moment. But we can't deal with the freaking crawlers. I think the hacker is going to die. Help, help. Ah, he's down. Freaking crawlers. Yeah. Entire thing snowballed way out of control when we deployed wrong. I should have just go for the SM deploy. Okay, we're super dead apparently. But you can't expect the other side to win. We are outmatched, like 400 MMR on the right. So I don't think you can expect anything else but that. Mustang and Hounds. Phantom Ray 2. I think I like the Mustangs for now. To deal with his fangs. Have some later chuff. The hacker a little bit earlier in here. He's playing very greedy with that one too. Like so. So I will commit to the hackers here. Because I don't think I have much of a choice to not do that. Get another arc light in here. Alright, let's see it. I'm expecting Stormcallers at some point here, but there's no Stormcallers yet. Okay, so he's going Mustang and Steel Bolts for now. The thing is, it's pretty hard for him to get out of these units, and Hacker does pretty well into these kind of boards. We just need more answers to the Mustangs, so we need massively more Arclight support here. Because I said already, we are a little bit outshafted. But other than that, I think this is looking way better than before. We do not like getting wormed, of course, but the melting point will help us a lot with that. Oh, my hacker! He got it. He got it. Get fucking hacked. Easy peasy. So now he's gonna think about Stormcallers for sure. Because this is not something he can have happening multiple times. So one hacker to prevent this steel ball. Missile on the worm so we can hit the crawler behind that. And then arc light range is super necessary, I'm afraid. I think I will sell out of one of these Mustangs just so we get the melter level. I fully expect an air transition at some point because you can't play into this board, I don't think so. I expect some sort of air cheese. Wasp would be good here, but I have a lot of fangs, so if I click range and shield, Wasp might not be that good. Yeah, this side is struggling a lot. But he killed most of the chaff, which is the most important part. If you cannot win your side, doesn't matter. Kill the chaff and hope the other guy has big kahuna breakers. That's way easier than sending chaff over. Okay. So big hacks are coming in. Come on, stay, stay, stay. Alright, we got it. We're getting absolutely overrun by yeah, crawlers, of course. We can't stabilize this board just because we don't have Vulcans or anything like that. I don't think, at least. It's GG. Hackers are a little bit too fragile to counter this kind of board. Again, comes down to the tempo losses. Oh, we're not even that dead. But you can see we are way, way, way outmatched as per usual. In 2 vs 2 you oftentimes don't get the proper matches. You get huge blunders on both sides. This is today, so we got all the 2 vs 2s as well. Interesting. Cool. Alright. I would say one more and then I'll be done for now. Very different games, by the way. In this game they were absolutely outclassed, and this game we were absolutely outclassed. So you can see in the changes in MMR, nothing much is happening. Very few replay games today though. They are all pretty clear to me in terms of what is happening and whatnot. Okay, got quick supply offered. Lead without chaff, I don't like. I think quick supply is fine. Farseer quick supply. Saber and supply. Saber turn 1 though, pretty strong. We could go into sabers ourselves. He could go for Phoenix, which doesn't do anything in this case. Arclight's also pretty decent. Stormcaller. I like the Stormcaller. I will actually agree on this middle deployment. I think this is fine in case he goes on either side. Okay, he's going in the back. Obviously we need some chuff next turn in the middle to prevent the snatch from dying. Very good connections on the Sabertooth though. So that's gonna be out of the picture really quick. And then the rest gets absolutely overrun by crawlers. My teammate is also getting dunked by Stormcrawlers. Alright, he's not winning that anytime soon. Let's hope we have enough crawlers left. Yeah, doesn't look too good. We clear his chaff as well. Alright, and then it's a storm versus storm. Alright, so we win, but not by much. Alright, we get some hounds, fire badger, rhino, and phoenix. We could put a rhino in the corner, so it comes in late and defends the fire badger. I think I like that. And then Prologue in the corner. Splitting crawler behind the sledges. Another fang in the middle. Okay, does go for an upgrade. Did choose to go for the Phoenix. We do not have anything against the Phoenix. Unfortunate. But to be honest, you can't expect somebody to pick a Phoenix when he already has Marksman. I think it's a little bit odd choice. Fangs get it done? Maybe? They get it done. Alright, perfect. Bam. Right, big quick supply tempo. Yep. The other side got completely wasted. He's selling on round 2 with Fascia. That's not good. Okay, we assassinate one of the phoenixes though, that's nice. Because that's something we can't deal with very well. But the other fang group is gonna get killed by the storms. Alright. Good thing is we tanked a lot of the tempo that they would get from his part of this side. Barrier. I think I will take that. Sell out of the Rhino. So he will expect a Vulcan next turn pretty much. What do we do about the rest? Don't want to deploy arc lights this turn, so I think I will go for one more storm. And try to tank this round with sheer ignorance. Because I'm pretty low on money for this turn. He's going into the Mustang. Okay. Alright. My teammate got it done this turn. Stormcallers should be able to handle the Mustangs, hopefully. Yep. And that is my saving grace here as well. Because I have no answer to the crawlers and everything. Mustang production. Cannot pick that, I think. I have too much that I would need. Can redeploy something. Don't really need to do that. I think I will skip. Do we sell a sledge? No, I don't think so. Or maybe not yet is the better term. I think I will upgrade both of these. And then we'll sell them next turn if in case I go more into Vulcan. Instant melting point with freaking rapid supply. I'm not sure about this one. Why the heck would you do that on a blind board? I don't know. Seems very sus to me. Good thing we didn't sell the sledges, because the sledges will tank the melter for some time. Come on, Stormcrawlers. You can save the Vulcan. Nice. They can do it. That's why we invest into Stormcallers. 2-1 players usually don't get anti-missile attack. This does not look good. It's too many phoenixes. I can't handle the phoenix. Yep. Our teammate gotta pull up his big boy pants, otherwise we will lose this. I have no way of recovering his tempo as well, because this is not a marksman board. I can't marksman into that. I could go for a sub Mustang to get some more chuff for the Vulcan. Although he doesn't really have that many fangs or anything like that. I think what we do here is we go for Subterranean too. Because he's relying on these Mustangs way too much. I think this that should not be allowed. So I'll do like this. Oh, there's crawlers here. I didn't even see that. Did not even notice that. Okay, now he's oiling. And I will ignite the oil, but to be honest, it's hitting his chaff as well. So he really wants to get the melter onto my Vulcan, I guess. Yeah, but I'm not sure about this play. I think that was horrible for him. I could have deployed that oil better than he. Okay. So I guess now we have to go for the marksman combo. Because I don't know how I will beat this guy without mass marksman. Maybe artillery scorpion or something. But this is getting way out of hand. He's not recovering at all. He's doing worse this time. Yep. And I die to any cheese play on this flank. If this game continues as is. Wasp. Not really playable for me. It is playable for him. I can go for hounds with armor. I like that. I never do this play, so this is the perfect time to actually put it out and get the test done. So we go in late hounds. Everywhere. Could actually go for a sneaky EMP later. But for now I will add my own melter. some sneaky chaff. Ah, this is pretty naked melter. Yeah. Of course. Should expect that from 1900. Usually I don't have to play around this stuff because people are not good enough to do it, but should expect these guys to do it. Yeah, these doggies, look at this. This is great because it's chaff for the melter, the Mustangs can't kill it. I like this play, really. Just mispositioning on my part here, that's all. And now we need something to deal with the melter. And we are still dying on the other side as every single round so far. A lightning storm. Yes, please. I think I will shield this side. Okay. I'll missile that crawler because we don't have a Vulcan in the middle for now. He did not go for lightning storm. Okay. And for EMP instead. Huh. I got lucky there. The lightning storm very close to killing his shields. Doggos are doing a good job though. Melter is locking onto the opponent's melter. Unfortunately I got hit by an EMP. So he will kill a few more doggies. Oh, really good, I love the doggy blob. At least now we have something to deal with the freaking phoenixes that my opponent, or ally, how you wanna call them, actually sends again. Ooh, it's range fort as well. Oh no. That is some ugly units he's sending over there. Okay, finally I can deal with this freaking board of his. Okay, Overlord, Raiden, Wraith, Tarantula. None of these units are interesting for me, I think, because of his melter play. He has good anti-air. Yeah, I'm saying sell.
All right. I'm very naked here. I do not have a shield and nothing online, but I have a few more giants. So I hope that will work out. Ah, he did it. Every time I do a play, he does it exactly then, but at least the EMP is gonna hit the entire shield. Oh no, that's instant lock on the Vulcan. I need Chaff straight in the middle to prevent these missiles from hitting. We will die to that, because that's the tower. Ouch. Yep. But let us be honest, I'm not beating this board ever again. He is winning this just on his own. So I'm not really coming back from this kind of board style. There's so many freaking Phoenixes won this game though. Was a better game than last one, I think. Still, obviously, like humongously outmatched, but that doesn't matter. I was performing way better than the game beforehand, for sure. All right, but as I said, that's gonna be last game for me. So I will see if I can find a target for it. Send you over to somebody else. Who do we got? Rooster? Yeah, he's playing to his tournament for sure. Now we pick him. Alright, thanks for watching and have a nice weekend.